And now we're going back to the 10-year celebration, and I think we can hope for a message from Masayoshi Son.
皆様、こんにちは。孫でございます。
Good day. Thank you for the introduction. I am Son.
ちょうど10年前に
Exactly 10 years ago, because of the Great East Japan earthquake, with the burning mission that by whatever means we wish to spread renewable energies all over Japan, we established the Renewable Energy Institute.
まあその頃は
Back at that time, in 2011, across the world, there was no consensus. In particular, in Japan, we were shouting about the importance of renewables. We were almost sputtering with foams at our mouth. We tried to impart the importance of renewables, but the central government of Japan, nor the general Japanese public of the people, they did not understand us at all. They were looking at us like, what are you talking about? However, finally, more recently, although the Japanese government has been a bit late, but finally, last year, the government of Japan announced the principle of top priority to renewables. Corporates, local government authorities, many Japanese people worked together, and as a result, the PV generation in Japan, it increased by 14 times from 5 gigawatt to 70 gigawatt. In the case of Japan, the solar cost has become smaller by 5 times. That is, using the nature as the source of energy, and on top of that, it's cheaper. Then, what else could you use an excuse to oppose? Because so far, the natural energy might be nice, renewable might be good, but people resisted because of the expensive cost. However, if it has become so cheap, and on top of that, if it is sustainable, renewable natural energy, then there is absolutely no more reason or excuse to resist. Of course, there are still some challenges about the transmission infrastructure. However, this will have to be reinforced in order to utilize the renewable energy produced in Hokkaido. The supergrid, the transmission should be developed, and from the beginning of the establishment of our institute, we had been advocating for the supergrid, and finally, the central government has started to seriously think about the development. So that is what has happened in the last 10 years. And what about the next 10 years? Across the world, there is a deeply rooted understanding and awareness that renewable energy must be the core. Sustainability, ESG, from such perspectives, companies in particular, IT companies, the so-called GAFA, all of those companies are all announcing that they will aim for carbon zero. And they do have timelines and deadlines, like going for carbon zero by 2030. The top companies like GAFA, they have all announced their carbon zero plan with a deadline. As for bonds, corporate bonds, and other financial instruments, the popular one is ESG bond, ESG. There must be renewable or sustainability perspective. Otherwise, even corporate bonds will not be acceptable in the market. And therefore, investors or companies or mass media or central government all are now aware that ESG perspective is necessary, and now this has become the consensus across the world, across the society. 10 years ago, we were fighting on our own. There was no supporter around us, but finally, all over the world, all across the world, they have started to understand our position. As for myself, My belief is that AI revolution will make people happy. With that belief and mission, I am completely focusing my attention. I am trying to be a capitalist of information revolution and artificial intelligence revolution. I am not a mere investor. I have the mission to change the society. That is what I am advocating. That is my personal mission. The language of investor and capitalist, it may sound different, but there is a fundamental difference. Investors make investment in order to make money for profit. Investors try to make profit. In the case of capitalists, what do? They create the future. A capitalist take on the risk for the future, and they try to make a new world, a new community. The capitalists try to make a world that is better and happier for everybody. And that is the role of the capitalist for taking on the risks to make the world better. And therefore, I am trying to be the capitalist of information revolution, AI revolution. That is my business. But as information revolution goes on, as AI revolution advances, the largest advancement is observed in the world of cloud computing. Now the automotives, cars, are becoming electric vehicles. They have a large number of functions and transportation network and transportation machinery that does not cause traffic accident is the state-of-the-art technology area using AI. More recently, there is the Bitcoin mining, computation, calculation, in order to expand coins for the computation, cloud computing, and it consumes a large amount of power. Just for Bitcoin, last year, the total electricity demand was larger than for one whole country of Sweden. It's only one Bitcoin, and for the mining, the power demand was larger for the whole country of Sweden. I mean, cloud computing, it's not only Bitcoin that uses it, there are automatic translation, electronic commerce, all of these do recommendations using AI, but all consume power for cloud computing. And this power, electricity, this is necessary not only for Bitcoin, but for a variety of cloud computing. And the required power has increased by 350 times in the 30 years. This is a terrible, astounding situation. The power demand is expected only to rise going forward, and therefore there is no way that we use coal thermal. We have to use renewable energy, otherwise our Mother Earth will be destroyed, the nature will be destroyed. Another point, what is emitting a lot of carbon is automotives, cars. If the oil gasoline is replaced by electric cars, and you say that it's kind for the environment. However, which electricity is moving the electric vehicles? But then at the moment, it is still coal thermal that is powering the EVs. So oil might not be combusted, but if coal is burnt, this is not at all carbon neutral. Even if electric vehicles are spreading, the power for that must become renewable rather than coal thermal. How much will the power demand increase necessary for electric vehicles? Again, it is expected that in the coming 30 years, the demand will increase by 300 times, which means going forward, all over the world, if cars become electric and gasoline cars will become prohibited, markets will start to ban gasoline cars. In that future, electric vehicles are not merely cars, but they are cars that compute. So in way of automatic driving, it is like four-tired supercomputers. It is not the power only for the range. It's not only to run the cars, but more power is required for those smart EVs to compute for the purpose of automatic driving. So a society without a traffic accident because of AI revolution and a more happier society for the people can be created, but then more power is required. So rather than gasoline, oil, or coal thermal, to replace all those with renewable energy, indeed, this must be done by whatever means in order to create the future for the people, to create the future for all the people, and to create a prosperous society for our children. It is incumbent upon us to replace those energy, and therefore, may I plead to you all, this renewable energy revolution had just started, but finally, we are starting to see a global consensus and also starting to see consensus in Japan. Let us all work together in order to create a better society for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Masayoshi-san, for that contribution. I will now try to describe the development during the 10 years with the Renewable Energy Institute, the progress made globally, and some of the contributions that the Institute has made. The start of this institute was the accident at Fukushima. It was a catastrophe. It had severe consequences at the time, and it's still ongoing. One should not forget that the waste spread during the accident and the continued management trying to contain the content of the nuclear reactors is going to be a costly endeavor for Japan during decades to come. At the time, Masayoshi-son, at the first conference of this organization, said that he was ashamed that he had trusted that nuclear was safe, stable, and inexpensive. And indeed, that was an important wake-up call for many in Japan, that nuclear would not solve the energy supply challenge of Japan. At the same time, Masayoshi-son, who had been well acquainted with the industrial learning and cost developments of the IT industry, also saw what some others had already seen as well, that the potential cost decrease for renewable energy technologies was significant. In the latter part of the 20th century, solar and wind technologies had already shown that they had a potential to decrease their costs with industrial experience. And this diagram from a book published by the OECD in Paris in the year 2000 showed this experience, and it was easy to predict, if you were used to industrial learning processes, that if a few countries continue to subsidize solar and wind while they were still more expensive than conventional thermal power, they would soon overtake conventional power sources and become the cheapest sources of energy. And indeed, what we have seen in the world is that wind power has continued to expand, in fact, faster than anyone predicted in the 20th century, in the early parts of the 21st century. Solar PV capacity also increased faster than anyone predicted. And this was well described in the earlier session when Amory Lovins showed how even big, competent international organizations had failed to predict how fast this would go and how cheap these energy sources would become. For wind power, we saw the development around 5 years ago in 2016 and 17, when the first really low-cost wind power projects were offered first in Morocco with cost between $25 and $30 per megawatt hour, and then in 2017 when Enel offered to produce wind power in Mexico at a cost below $20 per megawatt hour. This really showed that wind was the cheapest source of electricity available at the time in the world. Offshore wind, which has a larger potential but was initially considered very expensive, fell during 2016 in Northern Europe from 70 euros per megawatt hour down to 60 euros per megawatt hour a couple of months later, and then below 50 euros per megawatt hour in November 2016. And these are projects that have now been completed. And in the last case with the Kriegers Flak project in Denmark, it was completed not only on budget, but below budget and in a shorter time than anticipated. So technology has developed and the industrial learning has brought down costs significantly. It's even so that now offshore wind power is built in Northern Europe without any subsidies at all. These projects were allocated in 2017 and 18 and are now under construction. And again, it seems that real costs will be even lower than anticipated a few years ago. The cost development in Europe with offshore wind has come so far that now when Denmark in the end of last year offered another area for wind development, it is offered at such conditions that the companies building and operating the plant will actually contribute money to the Danish state, and that will be a part of their profit from selling their electricity on the electricity market, outcompeting existing thermal power plants, earning so much money that they can pay for the right to utilize a part of the sea. We heard earlier that North America is far from this situation. Japan definitely is far from this situation as well, but it's a result of the accumulated industrial learning during a period of 5 to 10 years when offshore wind industries have been established, experience have been accumulated, and there has been a continuous competition pressure on the industry to become more efficient. But at the same time, comparing the conditions in Europe and the conditions in Japan and North America, it has also been made possible by efficient regulation, meaning that unnecessary risks on behalf of the developer and investor and technology providers have been removed. So a smooth, efficient policy setting is necessary for this development to reach low costs, making it even possible for these companies to contribute to the state budget instead of receiving subsidies. Solar cost globally has also fallen dramatically. It fell below 3 cents per kilowatt hour in 2016, first in Dubai, and then below 2.5 in also in these solar-rich countries, below 2 cents or $20 per megawatt hour in Mexico, below 15 euros per megawatt hour in Portugal, in Southern Europe, and now to around 1 US cent per kilowatt hour in Saudi Arabia. Even in Northern Europe, with solar conditions on par with the Japanese solar situation, or even worse than Japan's situation, solar parks are now built without subsidies in Germany and Denmark, more in Germany, and in the Netherlands. So again, with experience and with efficient regulatory setting, you can get these electricity sources now deployed without subsidies, even paying tax to the government. The Renewable Energy Institute has tried to contribute to the development in Japan by providing comparisons between how these costs have been brought down in other parts of the world and in Japan, showing clearly that this is not to be explained by higher wages for the workers in Japan or anything like that. It's a matter of a combination of regulatory homemade costs in Japan and lack of experience in industry not being as efficient as they will be with more experience and more competition pressure. Globally, the cost development has made solar and wind the cheapest sources of electricity. This is the diagram of the American consultancy company Lazard, who have shown how solar and wind has become cheaper, while coal, natural gas, and nuclear has even become more expensive, or at least not decreasing as fast as solar and wind in the United States. They now show that, again, as Amy also described this morning, that the total cost of solar and wind power may now even be lower than the cost of continued operation of existing coal and nuclear power plants. So those who invest in coal, and in some countries in the world, even in nuclear, they run the risk of being outcompeted by new solar and wind plants being built. So their assets will be stranded or their capital will be lost. We have illustrated this from Renewable Energy Institute, warning investors that investments in these expensive thermal power plants may be money lost. We've tried to advise the government, providing reports and suggestions and proposals for the different government plans as well, in order to make the Japanese policy setting providing for low-cost electricity, making Japanese industry more competitive in the global market. And this indeed will be necessary. The costs of renewables have come down to the point where it's not only outcompeting fossil fuels for electricity generation, it's also able to outcompete fossil fuels in other sectors. Now we have rather high oil prices in the global market. Today it was above $105 per barrel, which makes the price of the energy in the crude oil something like 2 or 3 times as expensive as the total cost of new solar and wind in the best sites in the world. And this has opened up for electricity to substitute oil in, for example, the transport sector. Norway, which is a world leader in electrification in the transport sector, had about 85 to 90% electric cars in the sales during the end of 2021. In China, they're using electric buses. In Shenzhen, for example, almost or 100% of the municipal or city buses are electric. It's now about 20,000 buses there. You can even electrify ferries. This Norwegian ferry was built with subsidies, but supposed afterwards evaluated as being something that would have been competitive without subsidies. Even fairly large car ferries are now built with batteries. Even airplanes. Here is Airbus trainer aircraft, 2-seated, and we have developments now in several parts of the world of passenger airplanes. In this case, a plane with 19 seats that have been ordered by United Airlines, even if it is not yet in serious production. With batteries in the transport sector, you're also able to balance the electricity grid. And two examples how different industries are utilizing this battery capacity of the cars to balance the grid and providing a service that makes it possible to earn money for the owner of the car is Volkswagen having formed a power company called Elli, with a vision that one day they will be able to give away electricity for charging the vehicle, provided the vehicle owner allows Elli to use the battery while it is connected to the grid, to trade electricity, provide frequency stability and other services to the grid, using a part, not all, of the battery capacity in the car. In the US, Duke Energy is now saying a similar thing. You can get all the electricity you need at a fixed low price, provided Duke is allowed to use some of the battery and control the charging in such a way that they bring down the cost to the grid owner. Renewable electricity is also outcompeting gas, especially now when prices are high, but even at normal lower cost of gas, renewable electricity is competitive, and the result is that electricity may now be used to produce gas. Instead of using gas to produce electricity, you can start using electricity to produce gas for industrial purposes, for example. With today's high prices, you can even outcompete hard coal. And we've seen that, for example, in the steel industry, where the mining company, the steel making company, and a power company have joined forces to use hydrogen from renewable electricity to reduce the iron ore into sponge iron. It was first demonstrated industrially in June last year. 2 months later, the steel company had produced the first steel from this iron that was reduced from ore without fossil fuels. And another 2 months later, Volvo had produced the first vehicle using this steel. For them, this is important because once you have electrified the transport sector and the vehicles, from a life cycle perspective, the carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases produced during steel making is one of the major sources of greenhouse gases from a car or a transport vehicle. So their willingness to even pay extra for steel produced without fossil fuels has become significant, and may in the not so far future be a condition to be able to sell these vehicles, that you can show that they have been produced with steel made without coal in the process. Renewable Energy Institute has contributed to the Japanese discussion by bringing these global experiences into the Japanese discussion in order to speed up the deployment of these technologies in Japan. So during this decade, we have seen how renewables have outpaced nuclear in the global energy system. Renewables and nuclear were of about the same size in the year 2000. Renewables had increased more than nuclear by 2010. And since then, renewables have more than doubled, now outpacing nuclear significantly. If you look at non-hydro renewables, you see that even non-hydro renewables have now overtaken nuclear. And if you look at solar and wind alone, they are very close and may well, but not necessarily, have overtaken nuclear during 2021. So the visions that made us start Renewable Energy Institute 10 years ago have proven correct. And as Masayoshi-san said, there is a global consensus or wide agreement that renewables are providing the cheapest electricity and will be the solution to the global energy needs in the coming decades. And this insight has also reached Japan, though it is yet not fully imposed in the policies and in the industrial experience, as it will be necessary to be in order to have large-scale deployment and low-cost deployment in Japan. At the global scale, you can see that the fossil share of global electricity generation has indeed fallen in the last decade. It may look dramatic in this diagram if you have a more correct description showing from 0 to 100, you see the development is yet too slow to reach the target of below 2 degrees of climate change. And as we said in the morning discussion with Ajay Mathur, speed is now of essence if we're going to reach the global targets. But renewables makes this possible because renewables can provide cheap, low-cost electricity, provided the policy setting is rational, efficient, and well-made, and the industrial experience is accumulated as it is in the best markets in the world. So 10 years with Renewable Energy Institute has correlated well with the industrial development of renewable electricity in most parts of the world. There is now growing consensus and agreement in Japan that renewable electricity will be the solution to the supply challenges of Japan. But we still need to see good regulatory regimes and the decisive industrial efforts to bring down the costs, also in Japan, as it has been done in the best functioning countries in the world. So we have had a magnificent 10 years experience in Renewable Energy Institute, and I look forward to an accelerated development globally and also in Japan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of the Executive Board, Thomas Koberger. Next will be part 2. Has Japan's energy policy changed and can it change?
There is simultaneous interpretation available today. In order to switch the channel, please use the globe mark at the bottom of the Zoom screen and select the language of your choice. Please do not mute the original voice. Moderator is Ms. Hiroko Kuniya, journalist. Ms. Kuniya, the floor is yours. The screen is yours. Good evening or good afternoon. This is Hiroko Kuniya, and I would like to serve as moderator of this session. As Mr. Koberger mentioned in his speech, renewable energy is expanding globally and the cost is declining. And in Japan, we are seeing more changes. Renewable energy is expanding in Japan as well. However, there's much more expected. We need more speed, and we need to expand renewable energy more in Japan. The Japanese government in October of 2020 set up a 2050 target. We declared to achieve zero emission by 2050, and 2050 carbon neutral is now the basic concept, and it is stipulated as so in the Act on Special Measures for Promotion of the Use of Renewable Energy. And 40% of the CO2 emitted in Japan is from electricity. So we have to decarbonize the electricity industry. This is one of the important challenges we are facing in Japan. And if we take a look at the government's energy policy, renewable energy is to become the main energy source, and we have to place highest priority, and we have to introduce renewable energy to the maximum extent possible. Solar and wind power energy, these kinds of renewable energies we have to introduce as soon as possible. That's our highest priority. And under such circumstances, Renewable Energy Institute as well as the Renewable Energy Council, we've been making effort during the past 10 years, and we have been making various policy proposals, and as a result, the Japanese government is placing more importance on renewable energy. Under such a government policy, we have to introduce renewable energy to the maximum extent possible. On the other hand, all power, so we cannot unify to a single power source. Coal-fired power plants with CCS or ammonia or hydrogen, zero emission generation, all of these will be necessary towards 2030 and 2050, not just a single power source. To what extent can we expand renewable electricity? This is not yet fully clear in the Japanese government's policy as of yet. Today, we want to discuss about the fact that has Japan's energy policy changed, or can it change towards carbon neutrality in 2050 as well as towards 2030. The next 2 or 3 years will be the most important times to make our maximum effort to expand renewable energy as much as possible. There are various challenges we have to overcome in order to achieve our target. So these are the points we would like to discuss today. I would like to call upon each of the panelists to talk about how you evaluate the results of the past 10 years. First, sitting next to me is Governor of Tokushima Prefecture and the Chairperson of Renewable Energy Council, Mr. Kamon Izumi. At this point in time, the expansion of renewable energy, how do you evaluate this current situation?
Well, we are still halfway through, and as you pointed out, Japan is moving very slowly. But a major feature about Japanese people is that we're vulnerable to external pressure. When there are changes in the external environment, we vividly respond to that. That has been the case in the past 10 years. Let me look back. Now, Renewable Energy Institute members, congratulations on the 10th anniversary. At Renewable Energy Council, 34 prefectures and 120 companies are members. We are very heartened by this 10th anniversary and your success. This started from the East Great Japan earthquake. We used to think that there is infinite amounts of energy, but we found out that there is a limit, and we need to move beyond nuclear power. That was the start of our initiatives, and at our council, we started in July of 2011, and I was then vice chair. And in January of 2013, I became the chair, and I felt that we need to drive forward this country, and we started to make policy recommendations. We needed evidence. So with the Institute and our council, on September 9th, we signed an MOU. We asked the Institute to attend our general meeting as well as help us provide evidence. And there was a major change in 2015. I talked about external pressure. There was the Paris Agreement and SDGs that happened both in July and December of 2015. And the fourth strategic energy plan, there was this long-term energy supply and demand outlook produced. What used to be 20%, it was raised to 22 to 24% by 2030. Such concrete targets had been introduced. So at Renewable Energy Council, in the fifth strategic energy plan, renewable energy is going to be identified as major power source. So that term was used for the first time. And last year, we had the sixth strategic energy plan, in which renewable energy is to be renewable energy, not in the future, but it is to be a major energy source. And the ambitious target of 40% more was our recommendation. In the end, it was slightly less than that. The proportion was identified to be 36 to 38%. And as for hydrogen, where Japan is strong, 1% of hydrogen and ammonia power generation was newly positioned. So the Institute and the Council, by working together, we raised the ambition of the central government and we accelerated the pace of change. And there are so many regulations in Japan, for example, in doing small hydro or by installing solar cells in abandoned farm area. There are many regulations, but with 34 prefectures and with the 120 companies, we received suggestions and we made policy recommendations to ministries and agencies to see changes and improvements so that renewable energy can be deployed more easily across Japan. Strategic energy plan should be made something that could be concretized. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor Izumi. And from Kyoto, we have a panelist, Mayor of Kyoto City and Chairperson of the GDC Renewable Energy Council, Mr. Daisaku Kadokawa. Mayor Kadokawa, taking a look from your eyes, how do you evaluate the current penetration of renewable energy?
Thank you to Renewable Energy Institute. Thank you for your cooperation. The GDC Renewable Energy Council, because of the Great East Japan earthquake, most of the nuclears had to stop, and it was a serious situation across the world. But because we were large consumer cities, and we are the local municipalities that we have to protect the citizens and residents at the front line, we decided to start this Renewable Energy Council, and all the 20 designated municipalities are members, and 1 in 5 population are living in designated cities. We have conducted discussions, offered recommendations to the central government. We have offered 15 recommendations to the central government. The goal is 45% of renewable. That has been our recommendation throughout our effort across the world. 10 to 18% is how renewable has expanded and risen, but still there is a long way to go. City of Kyoto is where the Kyoto Protocol was born, and IPCC session was held, and this was the place where the IPCC Kyoto guideline was born. In the last 20 years, the power consumption has gone down by 29%. But in terms of creation of renewable energy, there are some challenges. From 1 millennium ago, our town has not changed. Where to place mega solar in the traditional town of Kyoto? But PV, in 10 years, it has expanded by 13 times. We have used the rooftop spaces rather than the ground. Another point, as a designated city, expand the demand, create renewable, and also to stimulate the supply. For example, the city of Aizu Wakamatsu Fukushima, we have an MOU, Memorandum Agreement, to use renewable of Aizu Wakamatsu with the engagement of the citizens and the residents. We are trying to do quite a lot. 3 years ago, in Kyoto, the IPCC session was organized in May 2019, and we announced that we will go carbon zero by 2050. We were the first municipality. The Minister of Environment was with us, and this kind of declaration spread across the world. We thought that it could be a major transformation stimulating the central government. The central government policies and the municipality policies, they can work in tandem. Another important aspect is photovoltaic renewables, including solar. depending on the season and the weather, they are variable, and therefore storage, including EV and storage energy, is required. Technological innovation and deregulation are important. In the case of Kyoto, we have Omron or GS, Yuasa. There are many innovative companies in Kyoto, and by business, academia, government collaboration, and as a designated city, using all those advantages of Kyoto, we will do our utmost. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kadokawa. Next, from the electricity industry, the think tank and consulting Director, Principal Analyst, Business Development Division, RTS Corporation, Ms. Izumi Kaizuka. Solar has been at the center of rapid expansion of renewable energy in the past 10 years. There's been rapid expansion. However, during the past 1 or 2 years, the growth of solar seems to have lost some momentum, and it seems as though the growth of solar is now at a standstill. Kaizuka-san, from your point of view, how do you perceive the current situation? What is your view?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Today, together with REI members, thank you very much for allowing me to have this opportunity. The market of photovoltaics 10 years ago, in 2012, domestic deployment was 1.7 gigawatts. In 2012, we have started the FIT system, and by 2015, 10.8 gigawatts. So deployment was in excess of 10 gigawatts. But since then, the market is about 7 to 8 gigawatts. And last year, in 2021, official figures have not come out yet, but according to our analysis, it's 6.5 gigawatts. So in terms of the size of the market, it seems that it has already peaked out. But over the past 10 years, looking back, last year, photovoltaics auctions, 10.23 yen per kilowatt hour. It is quite cheap. Such numbers have started to come out. So this price level, compared to utility charges, it is competitive now. So corporate PPA and new business models will be viable. It is going to be making economic sense. So we believe that we can give credit to such progress having been made. And over the past 10 years, putting solar panels on reservoirs or in farmland, photovoltaic farms would be placed in farmland. So there is more diversity. That is also something that we can evaluate highly. So as for the current status, photovoltaic solar power generation, in cost verification committee, this is going to be the cheapest power source. That was the conclusion reached last year. And so competitiveness has been raised greatly. I talked about corporate PPA earlier. So in the post-FIT business model, there's so much potential for it to be developed further. And looking to 2030, it can make a great contribution to decarbonization, this technology.
Towards 2030, solar is still likely to be at the center of the expansion of renewable energy. On the other hand, there are high expectations towards wind power generation. And we have with us today President Jin Kato of the Japan Wind Power Association, JWPA. President Kato, previously, solar was the mainstream, and wind power was said to be weak in Japan because wind is weak and that there is not so much shallow water in Japan. There were a lot of negative opinions about wind power in Japan, but it seems as though the wind direction, so to speak, or the trend is changing significantly to a more positive direction, and particularly there's a lot of expectation towards offshore wind power generation. How do you evaluate the past 10 years as well as the current situation? As was explained, wind power generation, there's onshore wind power generation. And there was no offshore power generation at all in Japan. If you take a look at the past 10 years, as was explained at the outset, ever since the Great East Japan earthquake as well as Fukushima incident, 22% renewable energy by 2030. That was what was mentioned in the fourth strategic energy plan, and 1.7% from wind power generation as a whole. And the fourth strategic energy plan had 800,000 kilowatts of wind power generation as a whole. And people were saying that there's probably going to be no offshore wind power generation at all in Japan, but a lot of effort made. And as a result, when the fifth strategic energy plan was formulated by the Japanese government, it 1.7% wind power generation is the target, although it does not clearly stipulate 800,000 gigawatts of offshore wind power. Frankly speaking, offshore wind power generation was ignored in the past. In 2018, 80% greenhouse gases reduction, we were saying, and it seems as though the Japanese government was not serious enough. We were trying to escape, but in 2020, former Prime Minister Suga clearly declared that Japan is going to aim at carbon neutrality, and this changed the trend significantly. And as a person responsible for offshore wind power generation, we were behind the scenes, but now it seems as though we are all of a sudden the main player. And as was mentioned, Japan is said to be to have wind this week, and that there is not so much shallow water. There are indeed negative opinions about wind power generation in Japan, but last year a round one auction for offshore wind power generation was conducted, and competitive price of offshore wind power generation in Japan was proven. And going forward, not only in terms of price, but industry. In the case of offshore wind power generation, there are a lot of related industries, including foundation and other equipment, and the public-private dialogue is making effort, and we also have to strengthen the wind power generation industry in Japan. These are some measures we have to take in Japan going forward. So we have to strengthen the industry and increase carbon-free electricity. These are the two main missions we have in Japan. And there's no fossil fuel in Japan, and if we try to promote renewable energy, we need something large and efficient, and that is why offshore wind power generation is the focus of attention, and that will increase energy sufficiency rate in Japan. It can be used for as long as 20 years, and wind power generation can contribute to regional revitalization, and there will be a positive impact on the economy as well. And it's also carbon-free. You throw one stone and you are able to enjoy three benefits. These, I think, are the unique features of offshore wind power generation. Mr. Kato, thank you very much. Cost competitiveness, there's to be some positive outlook here. And there's also expectation in strengthening the industry of Japan. So thank you very much for explaining about the current situation. Let's take a bird's eye view. Vice Chair of Executive Board, Renewable Energy Institute, Mr. Takejiro Yoshi. What do you think? How do you evaluate the Japanese government's energy plan? And do you really think the direction of Japan is changing?
First of all, as the Vice Chair of Renewable Energy Institute, I am very grateful for the large participation. In the front line, the local municipalities, local government operators, and business operators like all of you, may I express my respect to you all. Indeed, renewable energy in Japan, there has been a major change in the last few years, but if I dare to say so, the central government policy is, compared to the international global community, I must say the basic position of central government of Japan has not changed. What is symbolic, what demonstrates, I'm sure you recall, October last year, the sixth strategic energy plan was announced by the central government. By fiscal 2030, it's like 10 years from now, even by 2030, as a source of energy, 19%, as much as 19% dependence continue on coal. But what about the other countries in the UK? By 2024, UK, 0% is their commitment. According to my information, as of 2020, already the dependence on coal of UK has gone down to 1.8%. They are very close to 0% dependence, and they are advancing 1 year ahead. Germany, as of 2020, renewable was 48%, close to half. As of last year, September 2021, the three-party coalition was inaugurated in Germany. The goal for 2030 in Germany, if I recall correctly, renewable should be 80%. That's the new German government goal. Compared to the global economy, no matter how the Japanese government say that renewable is going to be the central energy, nothing has changed in position of the Japanese government. What was the timing of October 2021? COP26 of Glasgow. It was right before Glasgow. The Prime Minister flew to the conference and tried to explain the policy of Japan. Even at that situation, still, he was supposed to say Japan will continue to use coal 19% by 2030. As an advanced economy, impossible. I don't accept this. In that regard, I must say that Japan's energy policy has not changed in the genuine sense. That is my assessment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tsuyoshi, for your comment. We would now like to start a full-fledged discussion, and mainly we would like to divide today's discussion into two parts. First, you commented on how you perceive the current situation. First, solar and wind power generation, the potentials as well as the opportunities thereof. That's what we would like to discuss in the first half, and in the second half, regional decarbonization and regional measures, local measures. The role of the localities, the regions in expanding renewable energy, that's the second part of the discussion we are planning. And I have prepared just one PowerPoint slide. We want to confirm the current position of Japan. Fiscal year 2020, actual situation, 19.8% is the percentage of renewable energy, 7.9% solar, 0.9% wind. On the other hand, coal-fired energy, 31%, natural gas, 39%. So we depend 70% of our energy on fossil fuels. And the target, the energy mix target that we have in fiscal year 2030, that's on the right-hand side. The fifth strategic energy plan was approved by the cabinet, as was mentioned by Mr. Tsuyoshi. 36 to 38% renewable energy, out of which 14 to 16% from solar, 5% from wind. That is the target for FY 2030. And the fossil fuel, 19%, coal and natural gas at 20%. A total of 40% to depend on fossil fuel. That is the target energy mix of fiscal year 2030. That is the current situation as well as the 2030 target that we have in Japan. We would like you to bear these numbers in mind. Now, towards 2030, we have to double solar power. In the strategic energy plan, we have to double solar power from 14 to 16%. Kaizuka-san, is it possible?
Realistically, I think it is possible. And we could even have a more ambitious number. I would have liked if the government had produced a more ambitious target. Why do you think it can be cleared easily? The reason is solar power generation, by having competitiveness now, and utility charges are likely to go up, it's quite foreseeable. So there's demand for self-consumption at homes. And people say that there's no place to place solar power equipment, but right now, with regulatory reform, there's renewable energy task force to convert farmland for that purpose. And Ministry of Land and Infrastructure, in adjacent places to airports, they have announced a plan to deploy solar power, rail lines, premises, highways, in the vicinity of highways. There are still many, many places where such equipment can be installed. So this rise from 14% to 16%, this target number, rather than calling it an ambitious target, it is realistically achievable number, in my view.
Thank you for the comment. We would like you to comment on possible challenges as well. Mr. Kato, wind power generation towards 2030, it has to increase by 4 times. Do you think this is achievable? Well, simply said, we have to achieve this target. That is what this numerical target means. It depends on the institution or the system whether we can really achieve this number or not. Offshore wind power generation auction, 5.7 gigawatt is set to start operation. That's the target for 2030. How that was 1.7 gigawatt for round one, and a lot of the facility will start operation only in around July of 2030, so they started very late. And what is going to happen to the auctions coming up? Government has to release data, various data about auction maturity of construction. And as is the case of Western countries, we have to be able to start operation in about 4 years. So somehow we have to make effort and achieve these target numbers. That is the constitution. According to the 2030 plan, the main focus is on onshore wind power generation. What do you think about the potential of onshore wind power generation? Is that the concern? Onshore, 17.9 gigawatt, and there's environmental assessment. According to that data, we think this is achievable. And on top of that, forest, preserve forest related deregulation would have to take place, and discussions would have to take place with the local government, and then another 8 gigawatt also can be added with deregulation of forest reserves and so forth. So we think we can increase onshore up to about 26 gigawatt. The plan is 17, but you think about 25 to 26 gigawatt is achievable. Then, as Ms. Kaizuka said, the target is achievable, and you can even probably overachieve the target. We had two panelists comment on their prospect towards 2030. The strategic energy plan, the percentage of renewable energy in this plan, I don't necessarily think it's an aggressive plan. Maybe the hurdle is quite low, 36% to 38% renewable energy in 2030. What do you think about this?
Not ambitious. Not ambitious is what I would say. As a policy target, it is not ambitious because what we have to do at this moment is energy revolution. It's not improvement. We need a revolution. It's not an extension. It's not just a change or improvement. What could not be done so far to do what has not been done. It's a revolution, transformation. the largest mission is to set a very ambitious target and a goal. The whole potential of the whole of Japan must be released. For two reasons, I declare not ambitious. Reason number one, why do we have to see an energy transformation revolution? That is the warning from science. If we do business as usual, the planet, Earth, will be destroyed in a lot of sense. Therefore, science is warning us. Science tells us that in order to win over the climate change, the next decade is the last decade. The next decade is the last opportunity. That is the alarm warning. We have to take it seriously. An extremely ambitious policy is required. The second reason is this is critically important for Japan. The policies so far, Japan was lagging behind. And then there are advanced countries. Japan is lagging behind. Japan is very late. Japan does not have ambitious goals. We are already late and we are going to be even more later. We will be left behind, which is a sorry situation for Japan, not only for economy and industry, but for all of us, real persons like ourselves. For the ordinary population, we will be left behind. I would like to ask the industry to recognize. The Renewable Energy Institute has some information. In the last 30 years, the economic growth and the CO2 reduction, or the economic growth and the CO2 emission, what has been the correlation, if any? Until recently, and even as of today, some people say that if the economy grows, emission has to grow. Some say that growth and emission are coupled, and if economy grows, emission cannot be avoided. Some people say that the CO2 emission reduction means you abandon economic growth. However, that is not what the world is doing. Even if economy grows, emission can be reduced and must be reduced. Decoupling has been what the goal has been for the other world. According to statistics, in the 30 years, EU GDP increased by 63%, European Union. Despite the growth, CO2 emission went down by 23%. In the last 30 years, in the European Union, they now already have an environment of decoupling. In the same 30 years, what about Japan? Economic growth, only half of the EU's growth at 32%. And with the low economic growth of 32% in Japan, despite that CO2 emission, it didn't go down, it increased by 3%, which means in Japan, growth and emission has not been decoupled. What this means? The Japanese industry and the businesses, they use power. They are emitting twice as much CO2 compared to the electricity consumed in EU. From other countries' perspective, in terms of competition, supply chains from the consumer's perspective, made in Japan is a huge CO2 emitter. Products and services made in Japan, we are not going to buy because they are huge carbon emitters. How to decouple growth and emission? This is the fundamental condition for Japan. Such ambitious policies is required of Japan. Otherwise, Japan will be left behind. I'm very worried.
Towards decoupling, we have to decarbonize energy source, and REI is saying that 100% of electricity from Japan must come from renewable energy, and we have a plan towards that. And solar has to increase 10 times to 524 gigawatts. We think this is an ambitious target. 524 gigawatt, I think this is ambitious. Kaizuka-san, 2030, according to the government's strategic energy plan, you think these targets can be achieved. But when it comes to solar power, Japan has the largest, highest solar installation in terms of ratio to land area. What kind of methods do you think are necessary? You did briefly comment earlier, but how can we expand solar? What do we have to do to expand solar? Could you please comment?
Right. In 2020, at our company, solar power deployment projection report was issued. At 2050, the amount of deployment is more ambitious than that of REI. We're saying 540 gigawatts. In the transport sector, electrification will make progress, and those are the things that we have assumed in this scenario, in our projection. But variable power source has challenges, and with EVs being in circulation, various technologies could solve this problem, and green hydrogen can also play a very big role. And grid and interconnection lines to be developed, that is also being assumed. Hydrogen means storage? Yes. How about places? 524 gigawatts? We believe that is possible. But one thing we shouldn't forget is that the technology of solar power generation, this is evolving still. For example, in 2012 or in 2010, 72 cells arrayed mega solar standard solar cells panel output was 250 to 300 watts. By 2020, it was 400 to 550 watts. So the output has been increased because of conversion efficiency having been raised. And there is still R&D being conducted to even raise that higher. And power conditioners conversion rate is also being enhanced by making use of power semiconductors. So through technology development, performance can be raised. So for solar cells, even if the space of land is limited, a lot of output can be made. So I myself believe that in terms of the area to be placed, of course we need deregulation, but with technological development, a lot of these problems can be solved.
Thank you very much for the comment. Mr. Kato, similar question. Ambitious target, 100% renewable energy by 2030, and wind power has to increase to 151 gigawatt. The increase of 40 times is necessary according to REI's target. The government is saying 2040, 30 to 35 gigawatt projects must be promoted. That was the number that came up in the public-private dialogue. So there's a big difference between government's target and REI's target. How much of an expansion do you think is possible, and what conditions do we have to fulfill to expand? 2050 wind vision. We are in the midst of formulating this at the Japan Wind Power Association, and we are saying about 130 gigawatt. That is for power generation. And 2050 energy mix, 1% hydrogen power generation you mentioned, and hydrogen. It should not be imported, but we have to practically produce green hydrogen. Floating type offshore wind power generation we want to promote, and we are holding discussions. And then 130 gigawatt windmills for power generation, and we also need windmills to produce hydrogen. So we need another dozens of gigawatt. And in the 10 years from 2040 to 2050, we would have to double. And the windmills can be mass produced. So there are 3 manufacturers that can produce and supply windmills. So this is not a critical issue. However, the foundation for a floating type offshore wind power is about 500 tons. And shipbuilding and the steel industry, various industries would have to get involved to construct the foundation for floating type wind power mills. So we need policies For that, step by step, we have to nurture industry to accommodate such needs. Wind power and solar, I want to ask more questions about that, but thank you very much for waiting. Governor Izumi and Mayor Kadokawa, the main direction that the government is trying to head towards is to place a lot of expectation towards local government. And zero emission is declared by 524 municipalities already. And in terms of population, 113 million people will be covered. But according to research companies' research, only about 1/4 of the municipalities have renewable energy target. So there's enthusiasm amongst local governments, but they don't know what to do. Governor Izumi, is it difficult for local governments to set targets?
No, target setting would become our policy goals. So by setting such goals, we can verify how we have done. So this is something that is desirable. So the Environment Ministry said that in 2022 initial budget, what you have just referred to, creation of leading decarbonization regions is to be promoted. 20 billion decarbonization regional grant has been put together, but it's only 100 regions that have been covered by this. It's not enough. We're trying to create a model case. I can understand the logic, but more regions and areas must come in. But when it comes to municipalities, of course, designated cities may be different, but you need employees and advisors. You don't have enough human resources. Funding would be difficult. People with good ideas, financial resources, human resources, advice have to be provided. So at Renewable Energy Council, as well as Renewable Energy Institute, we need to provide support to willing municipalities to support them in their endeavors.
Mayor Kadokawa, concerning leading decarbonization regions, in order to promote this in the consumer sector, household and the industry, CO2 emission by 2030 would have to be reduced to net zero. And in large cities like GDCs, this seems to be a difficult target. Mayor Kadokawa, from your point of view, how do you evaluate this policy of leading decarbonization region?
First of all, the central government setting a clear goal, and some criticize that the goal is not ambitious. I agree. At the same time, the local government authorities working harder, and the Ministry of Environment is more engaging with local communities. I think it is very good. About 1 year ago, I participated in a public hearing. I was determined, and I spoke, and I did tell my vision to the central government. In the city of Kyoto, main energy is only photovoltaic, because, as I said, for millennium, 1,000 years, we have a fixed urban town, and we cannot change the traditional view. If Kyoto can change, all municipalities can change. We want to cause a domino effect. Depending on the size of the building, we have now mandated renewable energy equipment from 10 years ago. For more than 2,000 square meters building, 30,000 megajoule at least. Renewable equipment is now mandated. From April, that's for buildings with 300 square meters area or more, 30,000 megajoule is, and for 2,000 square meters, there will be larger renewable goal. That has been now mandated. And architects, the renewable is to be explained to the stakeholders. All possible policies are bundled together, and this is not easy. It is quite a harsh mandatory requirement, but there is no opposition from the business operators nor the resident. Everybody are very proactive. I feel a major change in the atmosphere. In the city of Kyoto by 2030, zero emission. We will designate local communities. It will be expanded in the city of Kyoto. We will connect with other successful cities. I mentioned about the idle land. This has just been sold off. And ZECH, zero emission housing, is conditional. And the price will be 1.5 times higher for purchase than the market price. And I strongly feel that such positive changes are occurring. Whether you can do it or not, no. We definitely have to be zero by 2050, and by 2030, the leading decarbonized areas must be successful. There are younger generation members making the team, so that by 2050, they will be the leaders of Kyoto, and there is a huge debate, and we are very proactive.
Local production, local consumption type energy source. There's a lot of potential here, and distributed type of energy will be used, and there's resilience and new employment can be created. There are various advantages, but there may be challenges as well. There needs to be harmony with society symbiosis with the locality region, and this may hinder expansion of renewable energy. What do you think about this, Izumi-san?
Yes, in our council, first with solar and wind power, we wanted to promote these developments, but right now there are some problems that we see. For example, slopes would be effective, so solar plants would be installed in dangerous places, in hills, and when you do land-based wind power, you develop area where there are wildlife habitats do exist, and people would be against because of the destruction of landscape. Then Mr. Kadokawa talked about people having pride, but things are moving in the opposite direction. People are opposed to such developments. So the operators must work together with the community. That is something that an importance has to be attached to. So in our prefecture, to operators as well as municipalities and people in the community, we have to do a good job of matching these different viewpoints.
Kadokawa-san, what kind of expectations or requests do you have to the power supplies?
Yes, there must be a strong sense of mission and strong will. Honestly, 15 trillion yen of wealth by Japan to be spent on fossil fuel import, that we pay other countries to buy fossil, and that there's the issue occurring in Russia, that Japan is so dependent on overseas energy. This is very dangerous for the future of Japan. Another point, of course, infrastructure development is important, but going forward, solar generation, all the assets will have to be retired going forward. And how to retire and renew and rebuild, there must be a new renovation and innovation by the operators post-use. Cost reduction is required. Extremely important to reduce the cost. On the side of consumer, group purchasing to reduce the purchase cost, or no initial cost for renewable deployment. We have lots of mechanism, but there must be lots of engagement with the consumers.
Thank you very much. On the other hand, from the power supply side, are there any requests to the local government, Kaizuka-san or Kato-san? Any requests to the local government?
In the case of solar, large mega solar, all the way to rooftop of houses. So there are varied ways of applications. So the role of municipalities and local governments is very, very large. So far, in the case of local governments, for rooftop house type solar power, subsidies have been granted to such applications, but not just limited to solar power, but solar power and electric vehicles, solar power and energy efficiency improvements, solar power, and heat pumps. More effective ways for decarbonization. I hope that there's going to be more support for such distributed power generation. And local governments, reservoirs, and school buildings, there are various places where solar power source cells can be installed. There are many such places for installation. So the PPA model or zero-yen installation. So we would like the local governments to make use of land for such purposes.
Mr. Kato, do you have any comments? Onshore wind power generation, scenery is important, and there are various other issues. And the request I have is, please do not close the door. Please do not close out opportunities. The operators are used to various things. There are people who oppose, who criticize, and we would like to negotiate with such people. We want to convince them. And in some cases, we may have to reduce the number of windmills. We have done that in the past. And the local government, we do not want the local government to say no out front from the from the beginning. So please keep doors of opportunity open, and we would like you to support installation as much as possible. Mr. Sueishu, listening to the discussion, there seems as though there's ample potential and there's a lot of will, enthusiasm amongst the municipalities as well. In order to realize all of these goals, what is lacking? What do you think is necessary?
In order to realize what is necessary, what is deficient, this applies to all measures, but why do we have to deal with global warming? I think there must be a clear vision about that point. That is, according to the scientists' warning, we are facing a crisis. We have to avoid this crisis, otherwise there is no future for our Mother Earth, no future for planet. How to cultivate this sense of crisis and share the sense of crisis? Another point, global warming. It's not only responding to scientific warning. By taking actions, the central government, local community, industry, and the businesses, they need to deal with global warming to be competitive. To deal with the challenge allows the government to survive, local community to survive. This allows the industry and community to survive with prosperity in the 21st century. It's the competition to survive. Both those aspects always have to be kept in mind. It's not only that the scientists are warning, and you say that is it not possible, then you are left behind. So-called GX, green transformation, the competition to become green, this decides the destiny of the 21st century. That is the sense of crisis.
JCI, through JCI, for example, various companies are discussing with the local governments, and there's a lot of voice from the demand side. There's more and more requests from the demand side. Don't you think so?
The demand side is raising the voice, and that was seen symbolically at COP26. First Movers Coalition was initiated. First Movers Coalition. For example, Apple or such leading global companies, the earlier they decarbonize in service and products, if the first movers innovate, then those innovative products and services can be pre-purchased. There could be a commitment, early demand, to make a commitment about the purchase. The innovator suppliers will be supported and they will be sped up. So please move first. That is the First Movers Coalition. This First Movers Coalition nudges the innovative companies. Traditionally, suppliers might have been innovative voluntarily. According to my language, it's demand pull type of innovation. I think this is going to advance rapidly across the world. So when these kind of innovations start in the world, Japan has to be aware about this. As we have heard from non-Japanese speakers, innovation moves very rapidly once it starts. And therefore, when the demand side demands innovation, but they cannot survive. So that causes new innovation, and that era has already started.
We have only a little more time in this session. Finally, from all of you, what kind of requests do you possibly have to the government? From Mr. Kato, please. The current Japanese government is focusing and centered around the fossil fuel, and the government is operating in silo. We have to go out of fossil fuel. We have to create a new society. And under such circumstances, is this possible just with the current Japanese government, the UK government? Energy, environment, and industry, they have an integrated governmental organization for these three areas. The UK government is adapting to the change of the times, and Japan will have to do something similar, not just in terms of policy, but there has to be a robust infrastructure within the government. And based on that, we at the industry side would like to promote as much as possible. Ms. Kaizuka?
As Mr. Kato said, climate change countermeasures and energy must be integrated in their thinking. And responsible ministries and agencies, each ministries and agencies have announced their own programs, not in a siloed manner, but they have to be monitored to see what progress has been made. That will be very important. And as for the programs that are now being discussed, work has to be accelerated for 2030 and 2050 towards decarbonization, to achieve decarbonization. What can be done by 2030 would be extremely important. So acceleration of the programs and the work is something that I would like to expect.
Mayor Kadokawa, any request to the Japanese government?
Thank you. A new capitalism that includes decarbonization and climate measures. The central government says so, and I hope they will be serious. And about the innovation, that's important. US and China, the magnitude is different by 1 or 2 digit. Japan must be serious, otherwise Japan will fall behind once again. There has been a lost 30 years, and there could be another lost 10 years. Another point is carbon pricing. I'm sure that this has to be introduced ambitiously, and I hope that the central and the local governments can collaborate and work together. For example, Mr. Kadokawa, in fact, maybe if you could be a bit concise, or may I just cut you off? I'm so sorry, Mr. Izumi.
Well, this has to be understood by the people of Japan that with COVID-19 pandemic, well, this is about people. If it were birds, avian flu, and in the case of pigs, it's swine flu. All these are infectious diseases that have been invited by global warming. So we could be hit by another wave again in the future. So we have to make sure that the climate change has to be addressed square on. We have to do that right now. And what is different about Japan from other countries is that we just heard about siloed structure. We have the governors association or municipalities are receptacles of these siloed structures. So governors association and ministries are working together for renewable energies activities, including the activities of council, as well as DX. We're working on this forcefully to leave no one behind. This is the point that will have to be understood by the people of Japan. So together with the operators and with the national government, we have the role of connecting these stakeholders. So towards 2030 and 2050, 2030 is going to be a very important milestone. So prior to that, also it will be very important. We have a great opportunity that is in 2025, Osaka Kansaka Expo. This will be the experimental ground for the future society. These are all members of Renewable Energy Council, including Mr. Karakawa, in the Kansai region. We are behind other countries by a number of laps, but we could also say that we have become the top runners so that people would admire the innovation level of Japan. We can demonstrate that in 2025. For Digital Garden State Initiative, we want to move towards that.
Mr. Sueshi, in 30 seconds, any requests?
Yes, Japan has lagged behind about the energy policy. We have to reflect and admit that. And number two, the central government has no control tower. In order to rebuild the central government, a real serious legislation about global warming and about the discussion. This is about social transformation, and therefore the stakeholders all have to be permitted. There must be an open debate discussion. Genuine democracy has to take root in Japan. This is the most important.
Time flies, and how to reduce costs. There was a lot more we wanted to discuss. There were other things we wanted to discuss, but unfortunately we have to close this session. Thank you very much indeed to all the panelists for participating today. Finally, IPCC's report that was recently issued, Director General Guterres said as follows: coal and other fossil fuel is trying to suffocate suffocate mankind. I take this word very seriously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. So this concludes part 2 of the 10th anniversary event. We will start from 10 past 3. Thank you very much.
皆様お待たせいたしました。それでは第3部を始めます。基調講演です。ご講演は国際再生可能エネルギー。
I would like to start session 3. We would like to call upon Director General Francisco La Camara of IRENA to give a keynote speech.
From the International Renewable Energy Agency's headquarters in the United Arab Emirates. I wish to take a moment to congratulate the Renewable Energy Institute on your 10th anniversary of the revision event. It is my great pleasure to join you all virtually, though we may be many kilometers apart. Our efforts as a collective in working towards a just energy transition, one that addresses the climate crisis and energy access and security that has never been more important. COP26 has shown us that there is the global political willingness to build a net zero future. But if we want to hit the 1.5 Celsius pathway, we must be ambitious now and ensure that this is the decade for action. Today, I wish to provide IRENA's overview of the requirement needed to reach the 1.5 Celsius pathway. This will also include a focus on global green hydrogen. Thereafter, I will present IRENA's work on the socioeconomics of renewables globally. And finally, I will end with a brief focus on the current trends of the just energy transition for Japan. When IRENA launched the IRENA World Energy Transition Outlook, DEVITO, to create a pathway developed to meet the demand of the Paris Agreement for putting the world on a 1.5 degrees trajectory. A second edition will be presented in March this year. IRENA considers electrification and energy efficiency to be the main decarbonization drivers. 90% of all decarbonization in 2050 will involve renewable energy through direct supply of low-cost power, efficiency, electrification by energy with carbon capture and storage, and green hydrogen. These technologies can shape the avenue to lead us to achieving the 1.5 Celsius pathway and toward a decarbonized energy system. Moreover, in the short term and medium term, these technologies can also lead us out of the current COVID-19 economic downturn. Investment and policy choices are key to success. We estimate that 131 trillion of US dollar will be needed to realize the pathway we depict in the outlook. This is 33 million trillions more than what current strategies and plans in place envisage. But this is not an additional cost. IRENA's analysis show that when they reduced externalities from lower air pollution and avoided climate change are combined. The overall benefit of the energy transition is valued between 2 to 5.5 US dollar saved for every additional dollar spent. We see that benefit will be realized even in the short term. By 2030, the 1.5 Celsius pathway will boost the global GDP 2.4%, above the current plans and strategy are as shown here. This means at this moment, when many countries are looking for the way out of economic downturn, the investment in the energy transition can bring much needed growth. I wish to focus briefly here on one renewable technology that has garnered a lot of attention, green hydrogen, which is especially important for hard-to-abate end-use sectors like shipping and heavy industry. Earlier this year, we launched our Geopolitics of the Energy Transformation, the Hydrogen Factor. The report encompasses two main factors. First, governments have rallied behind the net zero target, with hydrogen as a critical solution for harder-to-abate sectors. And second, the falling cost of renewables and electrolyzers are improving the economic attractiveness of green hydrogen, opening new decarbonization solutions. As the cost of hydrogen falls, the hydrogen business will become more competitive. Hydrogen is a manufactured product and not a raw material of energy source. Therefore, it can be produced in many places and existing infrastructure. Skill and trade relation can be used. In addition, green hydrogen is an attractive option for countries that heavily depend on oil and gas exports to diversify their economies. From this map, we can see that many countries and regions already have a hydrogen strategy, and the numbers are growing. IRENA has been working with government globally, and I'd particularly like to highlight IRENA and the World Economic Forum's Enabling Measures Roadmap for Green Hydrogen for Japan. The roadmap process is already improving public-private collaboration on policy measures, and the resulting toolbox with 50 key enabling measures and the critical timeline are aiding policymakers to prioritize their policy for green hydrogen. IRENA works on renewable energy employment started a decade ago, and our latest edition, Enjoy Report with the International Labour Organization on Renewable Energy and Jobs, brings together insight from our work on different socioeconomic dimensions of the energy transition. This includes our path-breaking analysis of the gender dimension and modeling work to examine the jobs, GDP, as well as welfare impact of IRENA's energy transition scenarios to 2030 and 2050. We estimate that in 2020, 12 million people held jobs in renewable energy worldwide. The overall number has continued to grow yearly, year after year, from 70.3 million jobs in 2012. Employment expanded last year despite the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Renewables fare better than conventional energy. China alone accounts for 39% of the global renewable workforce. With the United States, Brazil, India, and the members of the European Union being identified as leading installation markets, as well as significant producers of renewable energy equipment. Among the different technologies, the solar PV industry stands out. It employed a third of the total renewable energy workforce, some 4 million people in 2020. It is followed by liquid biofuel with 2.4 million, hydropower with 2 million, and wind with 1.3 million. While the overall numbers are growing, we still have much work to do. For one, we must improve the gender balance. Women currently account for 1/3 of the global renewables workforce. This is better than in the conventional energy sector, but not good enough. Moreover, as the renewables workforce expands, it will need to be more diverse, not only regarding gender, but also for youth, minorities, and marginalized groups. This is not only a matter of fundamental fairness. For the energy transition to succeed, the industry needs to draw on a much wider pool of talent and concentrate on education and training. These needs will continue to gain importance as ambitious policy action in response to the climate crisis translates into a growing number of renewable jobs. For example, by implementing our 1.5 pathway, 43 million renewable jobs could be created globally by 2050. Success will only be possible if the process is inclusive, to ensuring that all have an opportunity to keep pace with and benefit from a just energy transition. This slide simplifies the challenges that await us and the policy that can secure success. We identify that a comprehensive and holistic policy framework can create more jobs, support the energy transition, and make it just inclusive. This includes renewables energy policies that focus on technology, deployment, integration, and to create an enabling environment. ARENA has been working closely with Japan to provide insight into the energy transition that are both globally and locally relevant and impactful. Allow me to briefly provide some feedback from two reports that focus on the local Japanese energy transition context. Last year, ARENA published the Renewable Energy Auction in Japan. Very important report. And this year, we will publish the socioeconomic footprint of the energy transition. This again for Japan, which I will focus on today and share some preliminary findings. Japan is one of the leading countries in renewable energy development. The country is positioned third in solar electricity generation globally, and 10th in geothermal and hydro. And the graph shows renewables are playing a growing role in the country's energy mix. However, it remains heavily dominated by fossil fuels, providing 85% of the total primary energy supply. Japan imports nearly all of its fossil fuel, which exposes the country to price volatility among other risks. Japan's green growth strategy, through achieving carbon neutrality in 2050, goes beyond energy planning and encompasses wider industrial and technological strategies. This includes the promotion of electrification in all sectors, strengthening digital infrastructures, and making greater use of renewable energy and clean storage. As seen in the graph, In the transformation energy scenario, the share of modern renewables in the energy supply increased from the current 6% to the 60% in 2050. By 2050, the transforming energy scenario reduces the use of natural gas, coal, and oil by 85%, 83%, and 78% respectively, compared with current levels. Achieving this will require a total investment of $3.05 trillion in the transforming energy scenario, around 90 billion per year. This is compared to 57 billion per year, a total of 1.93 trillion in 2050. Our socioeconomic modeling work, which capture the interaction between the different systemic layers and sectors, show that the energy transition will benefit the countries in all indicators: GDP, jobs, and welfare. GDP is 2.14% higher on average during the 2020-2050 period. In 2050, for example, GDP is 2.6 higher in the transforming energy scenario than in the planet energy scenario. In cumulative terms, the country will be adding $4.8 trillion to the GDP, already anticipated in the planet energy scenario. Other sectors in the wider economy, such as basic manufacturing, engineering and transport equipment, and construction, experience positive impacts due to the transition-related investment. Welfare in Japan improved by 6.9% in 2030 and 11.1% in 2050. This result is dominated by the reduction in negative health effects from local air pollution and the reduction in cumulative CO2 emission. In the energy sector, it can be seen that the energy transformation energy scenario creates more jobs than the planet energy scenario, both in 2030 and in 2050. The total jobs in TES is 1.76 million in 2050, 20% higher than in PES. Jobless losses in the fossil fuel sector are expected, but these losses are outweighed by the gain in renewables. TES sees a significant increase in renewable energy jobs over the planet energy scenario, 70% 2030 and 82% 2050, reaching 0.79 million jobs by 2050. Solar technology, mainly PV, strongly dominate the share of renewables. Under our TES, solar technologies account for 74% and 68% of renewable energy jobs by 2030 and 2050, respectively. This concludes my presentation. So thank you all again, and I wish you fruitful discussion further. From all us here at Rnd headquarters in Abu Dhabi, Konnichiwa and sayonara until we meet again, hopefully soon.
フランチェスコ・ラ・カメラ様、ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much to Mr. Francesco La Camera.
これよりセッション3
Next is session 3, Direction of the Wind over the Japan's
ここからは
Sea. The moderator is Director Renewable Energy Institute,
が進行いたします。
Mika Obayashi.
さん、よろしくお願いいたします。
Miss Obayashi.
ご紹介ありがとう。
Thank you for the introduction. I am Obayashi, Renewable Energy Institute. This is session 3 about the offshore wind. We will look at the development across the world and think about what could be done in Japan, the current situation, and what will be required going forward. There are 5 speakers. In the earlier part of the program, various innovations has caused the cost to go down, we have heard. In some cases, there are technology that we thought we were familiar, but there are ongoing innovation and the cost of renewables continue to go down. On top of that, with better energy efficiency, the cost benefit positive effect will be even larger. Despite the situation, the speed is the key, according to the speakers. 2 days ago, IPCC issued the 6th report, the climate risk and the impact. according to the report, more than had been expected, the climate change impact is extensive and faster than we had expected, and moves to adapt. There is a limit to adaptation. At the same time, across the world, there is the Russian military invasion in Ukraine. Energy security is receiving attention more than ever. Two camps in Europe. Number one is energy dependence of Russia must be reduced, and therefore, within Europe, fossil energy should be developed, or was discussed earlier, SMR, nuclear, should be developed. There are such opinions, but this option is expensive, and whether they become commercial or not, decades will be required, and therefore it will be too late. Plus, it goes against climate change countermeasures. Another camp of opinion is better efficiency, electrification, more accelerated investment in renewables. By that, gas dependence on Russia can be reduced rapidly. Resilience in supply, reduce gas import dependence for 2030, and EU post-fit European goals can be realized. Renewables and investment in more efficiency are the best responses. That is the debate ongoing within the European Commission. In the case of Japan, in the earlier part of this program, according to Mr. Francesco La Camera, Japan has to go longer for renewable, and Japan is too slow. In Japan, as a new renewable industry, where there is the offshore wind power, at the end of last year in Japan, the first full-scale auction took place. 1.7 gigawatt of offshore wind is now to be initiated on a full scale. At this session, there are 2 non-Japanese speakers, 3 Japanese speakers. In the round 1 auction, there is a company who has winner taken all, literally. We have a member from Mitsubishi Corporation who took all the winning part. I shall first invite 5 minutes or so for initial comments in the following order. First, Mr. Ben Backwell, CEO Global Wind Energy Council, and then followed by Director General, Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Department of the Agency for Natural Resources and Energy from the Government of Japan, followed by Mr. Jan Mathiesen, Director Carbon Trust. The Carbon Trust, very knowledgeable about offshore wind, already advising a large number of governments, followed by partner, Renewable Energy Group, Baker McKenzie, Naoki Eguchi. In the case of public procurement by the government of Japan, Mr. Eguchi is Vice Japan, and this time about the development of offshore wind and auction. Eguchi-san had advised a large number of firms. Last but not least, the President Iwasaki of Mitsubishi Corporation Energy Solutions. In that order, I will invite initial comments. Ben, first of all, your initial 5 comments or so. There is also Japanese translation. Ben, it is your turn.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning in Tokyo. It's very, very nice to be with you all today. I'm actually speaking from Egypt this morning, where I'm here to visit authorities ahead of COP27, which will be held in Egypt this year. We believe that offshore wind will play a very fundamental role in reaching climate targets. If you look at the presentation in front of you, you can see the kind of scale of that we need to reach for wind, according to the IRENA World Energy Transitions Outlook. It's something like 8 terawatts of wind power installed by 2050, compared to something like 850 gigawatts right now. And for that reason, we last year submitted a compact to the UN, along with IRENA, to set out this very ambitious target of 380 gigawatts by 2030, and then stepping up to 2 terawatts of offshore wind by 2050. Now, these numbers sound extremely ambitious, and they are, but we also think they're possible, and we can see a very heightened level of activity and of interest from many new governments around the world, and a constant stepping up of targets. And I want to just give you an example very quickly. This is 2021 figures from GWEC. As you can see, there's really an enormous increase in capacity, 21 gigawatts in 2021. Now, the good news is that this shows what's possible in a single year, and we could expect to see these kind of figures all around the world. The bad news, I guess, is that 2021's activity was very concentrated in one single market, which is China, followed by Europe as well. But we don't expect these patterns to continue. We expect China to be growing very fast, and then we expect the enhanced targets which other regions have put into place, which includes Japan, as well as Europe and North America, with the big auctions that have been going on there, to start taking the global deployment to a higher level. This is something like the challenge we have in front of us. But again, we don't think it's impossible. I mean, it's a 5-time step up, followed by an 8.5 times step up. And we've seen these kind of increases in capacity and very exponential growth. And I think with the climate targets that we have in front of us, that's what we're going to see. Just moving on very quickly, you can see with Asia, it's a very large part of the picture, something like 760 gigawatts by 2050. And this is the largest capacity of any region in the world by 2050. So Asia should overtake Europe sometime in the early 2030s, and then become the biggest area after that. And we're doing a few things to try and accelerate capacity. One is to set up a global partnership on technical assistance, which is called Ocean Energy Pathways. And the idea really is to cut down the lead times so that we don't spend 10 or 20 years implementing offshore wind schemes as we have done in the past, but the lead times can really be cut down to 5 years as a kind of maximum from going to starting to construction. And we're working with a number of partners like IRENA, like the Carbon Trust, and many others on this program. And then we also are working with IRENA and the government of Denmark to create a new global alliance of countries which are committed to accelerating offshore wind deployment in line with the compact. And that new global offshore wind alliance will be announced at the UN later this year. Now, I have a couple of slides on Japan, but I won't go into them right now for time, only to say that we are very, very excited by the potential of Japan. We've had 2 or 3 years of very positive, proactive work with our partners in the Japan Wind Power Association and the Renewable Energy Institute. We've seen really important policy breakthroughs. We published our offshore wind roadmap cost reduction study last year, which had played a very, very important part in setting out the vision for Japan. And we believe that the cost reduction pathway is realistic and doable in a reasonable amount of time. Just to comment just on the tenders, our members are participating. Many of them have set up in Japan for the first time. They are also investing and very excited about what's going on. We would welcome more visibility around the deployment roadmap and just setting out the steps more clearly around what's going to happen in what order and timeframes. We believe that greater auction volume can create the right signals for supply chain growth and investment, and we think that's very important to in the short term increase the volume in the auctions. And we also would hope that we will see a diversity of developers and participants in the auction, because that creates a very kind of healthy ecosystem for the industry. So we'd obviously hope to see more and more companies getting areas awarded and being able to invest in the near future. And we're also looking forward to multi-site auctions, which again I think would will create more competition and will create more diversity and stimulate investment further. But we're very excited about the path that Japan is on, and we're looking forward to helping and participating in the next steps. So thank you very much, and I'll end my presentation there.
ベンさん、どうもありが
Thank
と
you
う。
very much, Ben, for your initial remarks. That was very compact, but you have very nicely told us about the global situation and to what direction Japan should move forward. Next, the floor is yours, Yan, Carbon Trust. I might have been wrong. I might have been wrong with the order. Sorry, that was the government of Japan. METI, Mr. Mogi, government of Japan.
Yes, thank you for the introduction. My name is Mogi from the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. Now, renewable energy, I'm the person responsible for deployment. And over the past 2 years, Japan's policy has changed dramatically. This is the first message that I want to convey. In October of last year, energy strategic plan was changed towards 2030. Renewable energy is to be doubled. That is the target that was set in this energy strategic plan announced in October of last year. This is the plan that was decided in October of last year, the energy strategic plan, the 6th version, in which right now Japan's renewable energy proportion is about 18 to 19%. But by 2030, we only have 8 years plus. During that time, 36 to 38%. We're going to raise the proportion to 36 to 38%. So this is a major change in course to accelerate renewable energy. As for wind power, we're focusing a lot of efforts. It's in fine print, but wind power by 2030, share is going to be 5% of total power generation. 5%. The number may seem small, but in offshore wind power generation in Japan, right now it's only about 0.1 gigawatt, but by 2030, it is going to be raised to 5.7 gigawatts. So in that sense, in the next 10 years, especially for offshore wind power, various projects will be assembled to invite new investments into Japan. This is a very important period. Be attractive. So this is going to be a very important timing to develop such an attractive market in Japan. Now, in order to realize this concrete policy, well, we have come up with a vision with the industry and the central government coming together to establish a future vision for offshore wind power. This was developed in 2020, and by 2030, 10 gigawatts, and by 2040, 30 to 45 gigawatts. This is the target that was set in this vision. 10 gigawatts by 2030. Offshore wind power generation is not operating, but project would be formed so that there's going to be 10 gigawatts by 2030. By steadily achieving these targets, by 2030, we can get to 5.7 gigawatts of offshore wind power generation operating already. We already set price targets that is between 8 to 9 yen. The first round auction results will be discussed later on. 8 to 9 yen, we are not there yet, but very competitive prices are now being realized here in Japan as well. Another thing, this offshore wind power generation to be deployed in Japan, auction system, we developed this auction system in 2019. Domestic law was developed so that in round 1 auction, The round one auction was held last year. I think this is going to be discussed by Mitsubishi Corporation, who will be presenting later on. And for all the three projects, they won the auction, and now we're in round two. The second area, the auction is in progress. It hasn't been closed yet. It is now in progress. And after that, there are many in the pipeline. We have now 7 promising zones, and we have 10 preparation zones. So sequentially, we want to raise the level of maturity of these areas and then offer them to auctions. We already have 17 that is in preparation. We want to increase the number of these areas more so that we can develop the Japanese market. Now, about the results of the round one auction. This was held in June of last year. That was the closing date of the auction. And at the end of last year, in December, the results of the review was announced and winners were announced. We conducted auctions in 3 areas. Total capacity was 1.7 gigawatts. In each area, we conducted auctions for these 3 areas, and in total, the number of consortiums that participated in the auction was 12. There were 12 consortiums participating in the auction, and in each area, 1 operator was chosen, starting with Noshiro City, the top one. This is to the north of Japan in Akita Prefecture. In this project, 0.48 gigawatts, 480,000 kilowatts. That was the size of the auction, and 5 consortia made the bid, and as a result, Mitsubishi Corporation was the winner. FIT purchase price is 13.26 yen. That's the FIT price. The second one is Yurihonjo City. This is to the south of Akita Prefecture, facing Japan Sea. The size is 0.82 gigawatts, 820,000 megawatts, and the price was 11.99 yen, also won by Mitsubishi. The third one is Choshi City. This is to the east of Tokyo, on the Pacific Ocean side. It's about 400,000 megawatts, and the FIT price was 16.49 yen. The price was very competitive, more competitive than initially assumed. That is the recognition of the government. Early on, we were able to reduce costs so that in a competitive market, new market would be created. That is what we desired. So we're very happy with this result. Furthermore, we want to develop additional projects more and more. So I talked about 17 projects that is in preparation. So across Japan, these are the projects that will be launched one after another. Local community, we talk to the local community to coordinate and take it to the level of auction. We raise the level of maturity by having consultation between the central government and relevant ministries and agencies working with the communities. Now, these projects, in addition to taking these projects forward, we have to have new additions to these projects as well as having larger sized projects. That is another orientation we have. One such demonstration project is this one in Europe. There is the centralized method where the government would conduct surveys of the ocean to collect information to urge the next round of investments. Here in Japan as well, this centralized model is being referred to. Yes, this is a demonstration project, but in 3 water areas, we have launched projects. It is led by the government to conduct surveys of wind conditions, to conduct surveys of the seafloor and oceanographic surveys, environmental impact assessment, and fishery impact surveys. They will be led by the government so that the project formation could be accelerated, so that the projects can be larger in size. And the information would be provided to participants in the projects so that their cost can be reduced and the speed could be accelerated. We want to try to bring this into reality quickly. Now, on technology development, this is being led by the Japanese government. These projects, as they are being formed, but at the same time, we need to also develop the supply chain domestically, and the domestic industry in Japan must have competitiveness so that they can enter into the wind power industry. So we have developed the Rnd Fund to provide support. We're in phase 1. We're providing support to elemental technologies, wind turbine, as well as floating foundation technology, and electrical system technology, and project management technology, or operation technology. These are the elemental technologies that we're supporting. We give them grants so that technology development could be supported. It's about 34 billion, the size of the fund, to provide assistance and support. Now, looking at the progress of these projects within 2 to 3 years for floating times, in the actual water area, we want to deploy them in a large scale, and the budget is about 80 billion yen or so. By connecting these projects, renewable energy in Japan, especially offshore wind market, we want to expand that market in Japan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mogi. Earlier, Ben discussed about the policy window, that there was a policy breakthrough. Indeed, that is conducted by the government of Japan. Thank you very much. By observing overseas offshore wind development and advising companies and the government, Yan from Carbon Trust, please.
Thank you very much. Let me just share my screen briefly. Good, you should be able to see my screen now. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much, Obayashi-san, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to join this conference. Yeah, my name is Yamatis, and I'm a director at the Carbon Trust, a consultancy company in the UK. And over the next 5 minutes, I would like to talk about policy implementation for offshore wind. And for this, I would like to focus on 4 areas where policy development is very important in my view. And let me start by markets. And what do I mean with markets? I'm referring to the development of the right market conditions for offshore wind to facilitate the creation of an industry. It is important to set realistic but ambitious targets and to create a long-term vision how government sees the growth of the offshore wind industry. Long-term visibility of auction rounds helps, as Ben already mentioned, but it's also important to consider how offshore wind fits into the energy policy, the wider energy policy, the role of offshore wind into the wider energy mix. And you need the right incentives, which need to be suitable for the maturity of the market. And this will lead to more certainty about the likely market, the opportunities for investment. It will reduce risk and will drive investment into innovations. And ultimately, it will create an attractive offshore wind market. Secondly, it is critical to develop a supply chain that is able to serve a growing offshore wind market. Preferable a domestic supply chain, but during the early years of industry development, reliance on imports may be required. And creating regional clusters, providing support for port development can help attract more local suppliers. Developing skills and the workforce to build offshore wind farms is also important. And again, government can help establishing this, providing support to drive innovations and R&D, as we just heard. And this can help the supply chain to become more competitive. And this will lead to a scale up of the supply chain, will increase efficiencies and reduce a cost. And ultimately, it will lead to creating a more domestic economic benefits. One of the more challenging aspects is integration, energy integration. So long-term grid planning and adopting the grid for renewable energy generation technology is important. However, it's not only the grid, government should also take a wider energy system perspective, considering how offshore wind will be integrated into the wider energy system and support the energy transition. And that will also need to include hydrogen and other low carbon fuels. Ultimately, this will increase confidence in investments and provide opportunities for new business cases, such as generation of hydrogen, for example. And finally, this will lead to a sustainable and increasingly important nowadays, a secure low carbon energy system. And finally, there's the siting and planning of offshore wind. Clear and predictable planning regulations are important. Having a consenting and a licensing process that is supported by clear policies will help to reduce risk and provide certainty. But also having clear guidance and policies around stakeholder engagement will help to ensure that every view and opinion is heard and considered. And having marine spatial planning policies that ensure wind energy is located in the most suitable location. This will lead to more regulatory certainty, more clarity of future potential, and also harmony of ocean users as much as possible. And ultimately, it will create a sustainable offshore wind development. So I think my 5 minutes are up, but you can see my view of the policies that I consider important for offshore wind. Thank you very much.
ヤンさん、大変ありが
Thank
と
you
うござい
very much. Jan, that was very clear for different segment. Thank you very much for the clear insight. I will ask you later in the Q&A. Partner of Baker and McKinsey, Mr. Eguchi, round one took place. And I am sure you have a lot of observation. I'm sure that you've been asked 1,000 times. Mr. Eguchi, your observation about offshore wind and the result of round one.
Thank you very much. From Baker McKinsey, I'm a partner and a lawyer, and my name is Eguchi. Thank you very much for inviting me today. I think it's because PFI and the public auction, I've been responsible for many of these cases before, and concerning round one, a wind power auction, I had the opportunity to support a certain company, and we were defeated by the Mitsubishi consortium, but I was actually involved in supporting a client in the auction. And I'm also supporting a developer on port-related work to promote offshore wind power. So from these various perspectives, I would like to share with you what I know about offshore wind, and I think that's probably the reason why I was invited. Thank you very much for this precious opportunity. This is the result of the round one auction. As Mr. Mogi of the Japanese government mentioned, the numbers at the top are the results, and the numbers at the bottom, they are the price level overseas. For comparison purpose, I have listed two types of prices. Surprisingly, I wrote on the slide, other consortiums were betrayed in the good sense of the word. The final price was much lower than expected. There's weak wind in Japan. Supply chain is not yet completed in Japan. Maybe these factors were discounted to come up with this price, but compared with other countries, price in Japan seems to be catching up according to this auction result. Therefore, going forward, we expect a competition to intensify further. And according to various people, it does not mean that people concerned have lost their fighting spirit. As a result of this round one auction, we think therefore competition will continue. Today, thank you very much for inviting me, and bearing in mind the results of round one auction, there seems to be a number of points that can be improved. I have raised 4 points. First is disclosure of information. MLET, airport privatization. I've had the opportunity of helping these projects as well. Compared with the privatization of airports, compared to that kind of auction, offshore wind auction result, the degree of information result disclosed, I think, was quite inferior. Less information disclosed. So we do expect more information disclosure, at least the same level of information that was disclosed in auctions for privatization of airports. We have to learn from the airport examples. I hope there will be this kind of a virtuous cycle, learning from past auctions to make improvements in future auctions. The second point is the names of the evaluators were not disclosed, but in the case of airport concession, the lead judge, the name of the lead judge was disclosed. And we found out that judges are taking turns, evaluators are taking turns, so we would like the names of the evaluators to be disclosed as well. The third point is what kind of auction method is admitted and what methods are not. To ensure fairness and equity in auction, what mechanism is possible in a power purchase agreement and what is not. In the form of a Q&A, we want this kind of information disclosed, or what kind of mechanism is accepted or not. Information should be available in the auction guideline. And the fourth point is a larger matter. It consumes a lot of energy for 5 bidders to compete up until the very end. So maybe it's better to have a pre-qualification, and the final selection can be based on a price competition. In airport concessions, the number of bidders is narrowed down to about 3 in a pre-qualification. And in order to grow offshore wind further, what kind of policy framework is necessary? Because of time constraints, I would like to be brief. First, long-term pipeline information should be available, and Mr. Mogi mentioned that there are a lot of pipelines to be constructed, and I'm quite encouraged to hear that. But local stakeholder management is important. Success cases should be disclosed more, and more people should know about the benefits of offshore wind. And the second point, also referred to by Mr. Mogi in his presentation, centralized auction system can be recommended. It is already applied on an experimental basis. For that, we need a lot of government budget to not just boring survey, but not just a single boring survey, but we think multiple boring surveys should be conducted to minimize risk from the beginning as much as possible. That, again, I think will create a virtuous cycle. The third point is the same as the second point. And next, about the grid, we want to, in the case, as is the case of the Netherlands, we want grid to be included in the centralized auction system, which is not the case yet in Japan. And to strengthen the grid, we want the undersea grid to be usable from Hokkaido to Kanto area. Number 5, in the morning session, the speaker from DOE of the United States mentioned that there's going to be a significant increase in number of batteries towards 2050 in the United States. Utility scale battery is not yet available in Japan yet because cash flow is difficult to forecast. Therefore, we cannot catch up in investment. Therefore, we have to consider about the battery business cash flow. The final point I want to make is, in order to promote a floating type offshore wind, EEZ should be utilized. According to the current sea area law, it's only within territorial waters of Japan. We want this to expand to EEZ. It's likely to take time, but we have to start discussions about expanding to EEZ now, otherwise we will not be able to complete in time. Sorry for rushing through. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eguchi. Inviting Mitsubishi Corporation Energy Solutions, Mr. Iwasaki.
Thank you very much. From Mitsubishi Corporation Energy Solutions Limited, my name is Iwasaki. I am from Mitsubishi Corporation's domestic energy business. And I'm showing to you my presentation material. Mitsubishi Corporation has 10 business groups by a product or a service. For example, convenience store business, automobile business, and so forth. Mitsubishi Corporation has various businesses, but on this org chart, I belong to the organization second from the right, Power Solution Group. I am responsible for power-related business. And Mitsubishi Corporation has power business. We have various projects and portfolios. First of all, in the 1980s in the US, cogeneration, deregulation, that is when we started our business. First in the United States, we started power business. And at that time, wind power in Hawaii, utilizing state-of-the-art technology, we were involved in that project. And then in the beginning of 2000s, and then Asia and then Europe, we've been engaged in power business. And now we are engaged in power business in 4 areas of the regions of the world. And in Europe, it says Eneco. This is the second largest energy company in the Netherlands, and 44 local governments were shareholders, and electricity and heat and so forth was supplied for home use, etc. But rather than having the local governments be the shareholders, the company made a decision to expand into a global business. As a result, the Dutch government decided to privatize this company. And in March of 2020, we had the opportunity of the European office of Mitsubishi Corporation become a sister company of Eneco. And so we have Eneco in Europe and the Mitsubishi Corporation Group in Europe. From the beginning, from around 2010, we've been involved in offshore wind projects. We have been responsible for 3.5 gigawatts, 7 projects, and 1.7 gigawatts this time. We have experience of operating double that size. And the top half is offshore wind. Out of these 7 projects, 6 of the projects are joint projects with the Eneco. Mitsubishi Corporation Group, I have to say, is quite unique because in around 2010, it was quite risky to start a European offshore wind business, but Japanese people were in a position to make important decisions, and we dared to take the risk of starting offshore wind business in Europe. So we've been engaged in offshore wind project, and in the meantime, through this experience, we've been able to nurture and develop a lot of talent. And one unique feature is Japanese people actually went to Europe to be responsible for these projects, but in the future, Japan, US, we want to be engaged in projects in Japan and US as well. Financial institutions and insurance companies, we invited these people to participate in these projects. So, looking back at our history, we've been cooperating with various companies in various industries. So, we have been developing and nurturing a talent as we worked on various projects. In round 1 auction, we want to form a team in Mitsubishi Corporation Energy Solutions Limited, and because of COVID-19, we were not able to physically see each other, but we have friends in Eneco responsible for offshore wind, and we have a heated discussion almost every day, and that is how we prepared ourselves for the round 1 auction. And the 3 projects that we were awarded in round 1 auction, we are very honored, and we very much appreciate the fact that our proposal was accepted. We think it was a historical milestone, and we have to indeed succeed in these 3 round 1 projects. And from the end of the year, we really feel this a strong sense of mission. Succeeding in these projects will lead to the success of offshore wind in Japan, we think. And Mitsubishi Corporation Energy Solutions Limited and Mitsubishi Corporation, the most important fact that we cherish is that partner companies and suppliers, we want to integrate our comprehensive strength and work together as one team amongst multiple partners to cooperate as one to establish a supply chain in the region. This is a very good opportunity to revitalize the regions of Japan. We don't just want to bring in facilities from overseas. We want as many Japanese companies and suppliers to participate as much as possible in these projects, including both the hardware and software aspect. We want to create opportunities to have as many companies as possible to participate in our projects. We want to conduct this matching so that as many people as possible can participate in this project. And the second point is We are an integrated trading company, and CITEC Rnd Japan. We want to demonstrate the capability as well as the unique features of these partner companies, and we want to be engaged in regional revitalization. And for 30 years is a long period. During this period, we want to cooperate with the localities. And we, as an integrated trading company, we are engaged in various kinds of businesses. We don't have just a power business. So we would like to utilize the strengths that we have in the Mitsubishi Corporation Group. So utilizing all the strength that we have as a corporate citizen, we would like to contribute as much as possible to the locality. And the third point is, as a result of such efforts, we want to be able to create a competitive renewable energy. And not only the Japanese offshore wind, but for many customers that need renewable energy, we want to contribute as much as possible so that we can strengthen the overall industrial infrastructure of Japan. This, I think, is what we have to do in the offshore wind power business of Mitsubishi Corporation Energy Solutions Limited. And recently, as Ms. Obayashi mentioned, there's the issue of energy security, which we also think is extremely important. We want to grow Japan's industry and renewable energy with local production and local consumption. We want to develop as much as possible. By so doing, Japan would have to become stronger as a country, and we have to be able to, as a result, challenge and achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. With these thoughts in mind, we would like to continue our utmost effort. We look forward to your continued support.
Thank you very much, Mr. Iwasaki. So starting the discussion, we have some 20 minutes or so. So please allow me to ask questions. As Mr. Iwasaki has just commented, I think I want to continue this discussion. So the outcome was surprising, the auction tender. Mr. Mogi, you invited the bidders and you also said you were surprised. Why was it possible, the outcome of this tender? Mr. Mogi, Mr. Iwasaki. And Mr. Iwasaki, can you be more specific about the reason for your success, starting with Mr. Mogi?
Yes. For each operator, the content of their bid, we took a look. And of course, they have their own business strategy. So I really cannot say much about it, but Mitsubishi Corporation, we heard about Eneco. At Eneco, they have a lot of experience of offshore wind power generation, knowledge about that, and that was leveraged to the full extent. Other than that, there are differences, but that difference was very impactful in my impression.
And therefore, the activities overseas played an important role. It was positively appreciated in Japan, and that was appreciated.
Well, rather than the actual track record being evaluated, they have integrated that into their business, and that's been factored into their cost structure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Iwasaki.
As Mr. Mogi just mentioned, what I'm about to say may overlap with what he said, but offshore wind, there's various risks involved, and we identified all of them. And in order to mitigate the risk, we came up with various measures, and risk equals a cost. So we made effort to minimize a cost as much as possible. And for that, we received quotations from various suppliers and manufacturers, and we scrutinized the specifications that we received. In addition to that, we utilized our own knowledge and said, we need this, we do not need that, we should do this for that. We had this kind of discussion. We did not, we tried to incorporate our own thoughts and experience as much as possible, not just blindly listening to advice given. specification, a construction method. We try to be as wise as possible in coming up with them.
But there was a significant cost difference from the second bidder. So, of course, you try to reduce the cost by very careful calculation. According to Mr. Eguchi, the price in Europe, compared to those European prices, that is double. But on the other hand, looking at the result of the auction, other areas' prices are higher, and therefore to reduce the prices in additional areas. Mr. Eguchi, including your observation, what is your observation about the tender result?
Thank you very much for the question. In the case of Japan, still there is cost in various aspects in the grid. Supply chain is not yet fully developed. Much more development work is necessary, and in the preparation phase as well, a lot of cost was incurred. Central auction system is not applied, so each bidder has to conduct its own survey. Unlike Europe, there was a lot of additional costs incurred. So the framework must be changed so that the cost can be reduced. So we would like to have these efforts made. And as was mentioned, if there's risk, as Mr. Iwasaki mentioned, if there is risk, there is more cost. If there is less risk, we can proceed at a more competitive price. So in order to reduce risk, and because of other reasons, the framework must be revisited.
Thank you. At the beginning, Ben discussed to ensure transparency about the scale, conditions, the timeline, what needs to take place, and diversity of developers to participate in the auction. That would create healthy ecosystem and multi-site auctions. Indeed, it was multi-site and there were multiple developers. As I listened to the presentation, and I invite Ben and Jan for your comments. Ben, you might start.
Thank you very much. I mean, yes, I mean, to be very clear, I mean, we were very pleased with Mitsubishi's ability to come forward and really show their commitment, and we congratulate them on their success. And it's very positive for us that a leading Japanese corporation is really taking the lead here. So I wouldn't want my comments to be misinterpreted. We're very, very happy to see Japanese companies taking the lead. I think what I would like to see is faster development and more visibility on pipeline, as I think Mr. Eguchi also talked about, because that will then allow more companies to get involved, and there's really enough capacity here for everyone. This is actually about bringing forward more players and more knowledge and more expertise, and having that kind of diversity where many people can bring their knowledge and try different approaches in order to develop the supply chain, bring down costs, develop expertise, and so on. And I think with an accelerated and more visible pipeline, there will inevitably be more diversity in the results going forward. So it's not, I don't think it's any thing to be worried about. I think it's just about how do we deploy in a faster and a more visible way. And I think this point about allowing companies to already be engaging with communities, with stakeholders, and thinking about their regional strategies as well. All of that will be facilitated by having more visibility as well. And then I think another comment on that was raised again by Mr. Eguchi is that I think at the moment, we hope governments will be even more proactive than they have been. I mean, we congratulate METI on the work they've done over the last several years, and it is a real policy breakthrough, and taking this very proactive approach to developing the areas. I think because of the situation we're at with carbon emissions, with the targets that we need to get to globally, and where Japan sits within that as a major developed industrial economy, we need to move very, very fast. And I think having things included, such as how does grid fit into auctions, and have a lot of visibility ahead of that, having a very active approach towards surveying and preparation of the sites and the areas. For us now at GWEC, we're really encouraging that, because we can see that that's one of the few ways that we can cut down lead times and development times globally, not just in Japan, but everywhere. I really think we're moving into a new phase where all of us need to work together in a much more proactive, coordinated way, because otherwise we simply won't get to these very ambitious targets that the world has. So I think, just to conclude, Japan is developing fast. It needs to develop further, and it needs to have more players and more investment coming in very quickly as the supply chain starts to get developed. And I think it would be good also to look at this question of costs and what does that mean for Japan, because I think there's two elements. There's one element which is supply chain and developing that in Japan, and knowledge, which I think will be created and generalized very, very quickly. And then we would hope to see a convergence between Japanese prices and global prices in the midterm. And then the second aspect is where a price is going overall for everyone. And I think it's worth pointing out that there's been a very strong increase in commodity prices. There's a big increase, something like an 80% increase in steel prices, 50% increase in copper prices, a tripling of rare earth metal prices, which inevitably are impacting the wind turbine supply chain everywhere. And then there's also the question of energy prices, because our prices in the wind industry relative to energy prices are also different, because energy prices are much, much higher in many places across the world now, mainly because of much higher gas prices and much higher coal prices as well. So our relative costs relative to other technologies and to fossil, in my opinion, will still be extremely favorable, and we're still moving in the right direction. So there's quite a lot of kind of mid to long term thinking that we need to start already be discussing right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jan, your turn.
Yeah, thank you very much, I agree with what Ben said. First of all, I think it's really positive that Japan, that we see an offshore wind market in Japan, and that there's momentum in Japan to create this offshore wind market. I think that is a really positive move. I think there are also a lot of opportunities for Japan to speed up the development and to reduce costs, going down the cost curve faster than we have seen in Europe by taking learnings from other offshore wind developing markets, also understanding risks better, and calculating the cost of this risks into projects. And then I think, as Ben mentioned already, the supply chain is critical and important to scale up the supply chain quickly in Japan. And I think for the supply chain to understand what are the requirements on them, what is required in terms of port infrastructure, what is requirement of facilities to fabricate foundations, or what are the requirements on vessels. That is important to understand for the supply chain, so they can make the right investment and not end up with stranded assets at the end. I think there's also room for government to help the supply chain understanding this better. I also agree with the visibility of future market conditions is critical. Creating certainty in the market is really key, because that is driving investment and also reducing cost. But in general, we see that it's very positive that Japan has a clear vision in offshore wind, and yeah, we are looking forward to more auction rounds and more offshore wind development in Japan. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。あとですね。
Thank you very much. We have 7 or 8 minutes left. What has not been mentioned yet is coexistence with the local community. Mr. Eguchi, you mentioned about local stakeholder management. Indeed, to be accepted by the siting local communities. At the Renewable Energy Institute, we have a project which is a study group how to engage and coexist with local community, inviting experts, conducting public hearing from business operators, and particularly the fishery person. The government energy policy for the fishery community, they have a strong distrust. The fishery people think it was all of a sudden news. Local acceptance, local community acceptance is required from the very early stage of a project. There must be planned structural engagement of the local community, in particular the fishery people. In that regard, in Japan, I think such organizations are too small. I would like to learn about the British example. Jan, I ask your advice. In the Netherlands, Denmark, in Britain, I understand there are auctions and tenders. What scale of the local municipality conducts such auctions?
I think in terms of sort of fishermen and stakeholder engagement, what is really critical is to create a framework where this engagement can take place, where you can have the discussion, where stakeholders understand each other. And often what we have seen is that there are misunderstandings. There are misunderstandings in terms of understanding that the developers need of what does actually the impact is on the fishing business of fishermen, but also for fishermen to understand what is possible and what is not possible, and the impact of a wind farm on their business. So I think communication is really critical, and there are a number of frameworks in Scotland. In the UK, there is a fisheries liaison group where that gets together with government bodies, with developers, with fishermen, to discuss issues, to inform each other. And I think this sort of dialogue is really critical, and I think also very important in Japan.
Thank you very much. In terms of the size of municipalities, we can come back later. I have been told there is 4 minutes left. I will invite the last comment, like 30 to 60 seconds, in Asia, including Japan, in order to expand offshore wind. I know you have discussed already, but as a concluding remarks, what is the most important? What is the key going forward? For example, human resources cultivation or integration of renewable energy. So in terms of such keywords, what might be the most important aspects as your final remark, starting with Ben, Mr. Mogi, then Jan, Mr. Eguchi, Mr. Iwasaki, in that order. Ben, please.
I would say collaboration is the most important thing, bringing together many different stakeholders. And as Jan said, dialogue and collaboration is absolutely key at this stage.
Thank you. Mr. Mogi.
First, as Ben and Jan pointed out, We need to visualize that pipeline to make it visible to everyone. That's very important. To realize that, as was pointed out by Jan earlier, energy integration, for example, transmission lines must be invested in. And as was pointed out by Jan, auction of the transmission lines could be included, and I completely concur with that. How can we take forward that program? By concretizing those ideas, we can visualize, make visible pipelines, and make it larger in scale, and you can have supply chains domestically and develop technologies. So siting plans and consenting, how do you go about consenting? There was the talk about liaison group. Yes, we do have councils by each region. So such stakeholder management, stakeholder engagement must be done properly. Develop such engagement further. That would widen the Japanese market domestically. If we are able to do that, we will have suppliers in Japan going to Asia, be able to compete with Asia, and that's going to be an opportunity to expand markets.
Jan, if you may, please.
Yeah, I think visibility and certainty of the market is really critical. If you understand the opportunities in the market, then you will start investment in the supply chain. You will start to scale up the supply chain. This creates economy of scales, reduces cost. If you start the opportunity, if you understand the opportunities, you will invest in innovations and in specialized technology, again, that is reducing costs and creating a momentum to build up the industry. I think that is really critical.
Thank you very much. Then Mr. Eguchi.
Thank you very much. There are 2 points. The first is economies of scale. We have to expand scale. As a result of round one, we found out that rather than 350 with the 700, the bidding price can become lower. That was proven. So standard threshold should not be 350, but around 300. And the second point is stakeholder management. If the local community does not agree, a pipeline cannot be constructed. Therefore, success cases, particularly Taiwan, is very close. And after we've been able to overcome COVID-19, we want people to actually take a look. And we want to learn about how we can collaborate with the fisheries. Thank you very much. Iwasaki-san, please. I have 2 points as well. First is Mr. Mogi and the members of the government. We want the government to take leadership and introduce Japanese version of the central auction system. And such efforts are already being made, but still, stakeholder management from the business operator's point of view, stakeholder management is extremely important. It's a long-term relationship. So we want central auction system to be introduced, and even after that as well, we want to collaborate closely with the local community. So stakeholder management is important. And the second point is offshore wind. In offshore wind, I think it's a global and local business. In first round, there are some non-Japanese players in Europe and the United States. The major oil companies are involved as well. They have a lot of capital. And they have not come into the Japanese market yet, but I think eventually they will be able to. Therefore, this project is within Japan, but we need a global perspective. So that is how we think we need to proceed with offshore wind projects in Japan. And we should not be confined to the limits of the Japanese market. Developers, supply chain, we all have to go outside of Japan as well. That is how we think we have to design our business.
Thank you very much. Just 2 points. Round 1.67 gigawatt. I sincerely hope for successful completion and the Japanese centralization method. I hope that it will be internationally recognized and that many businesses can participate in 5.7 giga or even larger. I hope by 2030 and 2050, we shall see a much larger market in Japan. Thank you very much to all the members. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much to the panelists. This is the conclusion of session 3. The next session will start from 40 minutes past. Thank you.
それでは第4部を始めます。
Session 4 will start. State Secretary Mr. Patrick Graham, Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action from Germany, was expected to speak. For sudden assignments, this will be read by Ms. Susan Welter, Minister, Head of Economic and Scientific Affairs of the German Embassy. Ms. Susan Welter.
Ton jetzt auch an? Thank you very much. I hope you can all hear me. First of all, let me convey Vice Minister Greichen's sincere apologies and regrets for not being able to speak to you today. On the 7th day of Putin's horrendous war against sovereign Ukraine and its innocent citizens, I'm sure that you will understand the constraints my government is facing at the moment. However, climate issues remain a top priority for my government, even more so as having the G7 presidency this year. I have the honor of reading out State Secretary Greichen's keynote speech to you. Dear Mr. Koberger, dear Mr. Ono, dear ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to speak at the annual revision conference of the Renewable Energy Institute. The REI celebrates its 10th birthday this year. Within these 10 years, we have learned a lot about the energy transition in Germany, Japan, and worldwide. We have come to understand that the energy transition comes with new technologies that create new prospering businesses and new well-paid jobs. However, we also see challenges. Some of them could be already resolved. Some are still ahead of us. Research institutes like REI play a crucial role, in particular with regards to overcoming these challenges. They can help us to find solutions to the challenges. Their policy advice is crucial to answer many questions. What is an economically sound decarbonization pathway? What are the policies and measures that help to get onto this pathway? What policy and technology mix helps to ensure affordable and secure energy supply on this pathway? How to establish an attractive policy and regulatory framework that incentivizes private investments into renewable energy. Addressing these questions and many more, the REI and other research institutes contribute to put the public discussion on energy transition on a scientifically sound footing. This is important, as it is still the case that sometimes misconceptions and populist arguments get the upper hand in the public discussion. Anxieties and rejection might be the consequence. Therefore, scientific work is important to correct these misconceptions. As the former director of the German think tank Agora Energiewende, which cooperates with the REI closely, I know of the excellent work REI has been conducting over the last 10 years. Congratulations to the REI and its team for this. My new government puts a strong focus on accelerating the energy transition in all sectors and strengthening climate protection nationally and internationally. This includes aligning climate, energy, and economic policy to the 1.5-degree goal. With the most recent developments in Ukraine in mind, we must realize that energy security, and thus the independence from fossil fuel imports and soaring energy prices, has become more important than ever. One central key to reaching this goal is the massive deployment of renewable energy and the national coal phase-out. Germany and many countries around the world have decided to phase out coal soon. In Germany, we want to achieve this by 2030, ideally. This requires to map out a long-term vision to prepare industry for the inevitable change. This vision shall guide investment to avoid expensive stranded assets. We also have to buffer and avoid socially unfair developments occurring during the transition process. Let me go into more detail with regard to the last point. First, it is important to bring about a social consensus on how to shape the coal phase-out. In Germany, this social consensus was achieved by the Committee on Economic Growth, Structural Change and Employment, often simply referred to as the Coal Commission, which consisted of representatives of all relevant stakeholders. The committee mapped out a way of how to phase out coal by 2038 at the latest in a socially just way. A comprehensive policy package has been implemented, consisting of investment to support the structural change in coal regions, additional measures to avoid additional costs for electricity and competition disadvantages for energy companies. Now we are building on this strategy and accelerate our efforts to aim for a phase-out by 2030. Decarbonizing the electricity sector is crucial, but not enough to reach the German goal to become carbon neutral by 2045. We need a decarbonization of all sectors. Where possible, energy efficiency and the direct use of renewable energy will reduce the emissions. For some sectors, these measures will not suffice to drive down the emissions. For instance, aviation, heavy transport, chemistry, and steel production. For these sectors, green hydrogen and other green PTX products are needed. Let me emphasize that green PTX products are the key to accelerate the decarbonization process. We need to promote the market ramp-up of these technologies now to accelerate the decarbonization of the hard-to-electrify sectors. The new government aims for an ambitious update of the national hydrogen strategy in 2022. The goal is also for Germany to become a leading market in hydrogen technologies by 2030. In addition to a large-scale import of green hydrogen, we will build up electrolysis capacity in Germany of around 10 gigawatt by 2030, with offshore wind as an important energy provider. We are doing this with German companies that are leading in the export of their green technologies. Of course, all these plans mean a decisive and accelerated expansion of renewable energy. The plan for 2030 is to have 80% of renewables in the electricity mix. Like in Japan, offshore wind will play an important role in our future energy mix. 70 gigawatt target by 2045. In 2021, the share of renewables in gross electricity consumption reached 42.4%. Key to the renewable energy expansion has been a policy framework that prioritizes renewable energy with regard to the feed-in and the prices. Our energy system remains secure. There is hardly any other country in the world with as few power outages as Germany. At the same time, the energy transition in Germany shows that the development of renewable energy does not lead to electricity prices that are not affordable. Although German households pay one of the highest electricity prices per kilowatt hour within the group of industrialized countries, their electricity bills are not significantly higher than in those industrialized countries with low electricity prices. thanks to successful implementation of efficiency measures and an energy-saving behavior. There are for sure many challenges associated with the energy transition. It is a huge task that we are implementing in only a few years. However, the cost of no action is far greater than the cost of actively managing the transition. Actively managing means to take advantages of the transition and realize the immense opportunities for new jobs and innovation that is necessary for regions and companies to stay competitive and create economic growth and prosperity. For instance, through the export of energy transition technologies in a future decarbonized world. We need to seize these opportunities and allow everyone to be part of a transition that is profitable. The renewable energy sector in Germany is growing steadily. By developing new innovative projects and services, the companies play an important role for the global energy transition. In addition, people benefit directly from the energy transition and have become part of it. More than 40% of all solar panels installed in Germany are mounted on the roofs of private houses and on facilities belonging to farmers. 10,000 of farmers are generating biogas for electricity purposes. The positive economic effects of the energy transition for the companies and the citizens may contribute significantly to the high acceptance of the energy transition policy. Polls show that 89% of Germans support the energy transition. Just as many other countries, we have ambitious goals and plans for the decarbonization to fulfill the goals of the Paris Agreement that we all signed. Therefore, international cooperation is key for advancing the transmission towards a net zero economy globally. And Germany and Japan, as current and incoming G7 presidencies, need to lead this transition by example. Since 2006, Germany engages actively in energy partnerships with like-minded countries to advance the energy transition together. By now, Germany has over 25 energy partnerships, showing that these partnerships are a true success story. Our Japanese-German energy partnership, founded with METI in 2019, is an excellent example of bilateral cooperation. The partnership provides a platform for exchanging experiences and fostering joint initiatives for accelerating the energy transition. We are very grateful for this excellent cooperation with METI, and the new German government looks forward to jointly working together with Japan and METI in particular to reach our energy and climate goals. The German G7 presidency puts international climate protection and energy transition in focus. Now is the time to act. We, the G7 countries, the economically strongest countries with the most innovative companies, have to lead by example, by investing into decarbonization, by coal phase out by 2030, and by putting an end to financing fossil fuels in the emerging and developing world. Some developing countries are becoming more and more ambitious concerning the coal phase out and are reducing their investments into fossil fuels. For example, Indonesia considers a coal phase down until 2040 feasible with sufficient international support. Vietnam wants to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 and the coal phase out by the end of 2040. We, as G7 countries, should take our responsibility and leadership role seriously and share our experiences with developing countries to support them on their journey towards decarbonization. Leading by example, avoiding lock-ins in fossil fuel infrastructure, and developing and improving renewable energies and storage options is an important driver for economic growth. We want to found a climate club that will serve as a platform for cooperation on the decarbonization of our economies. Together with like-minded countries, we are ideally placed to leverage the opportunities that come with climate protection. Coming together to cooperate and to share experiences on decarbonization is key. Ladies and gentlemen, with this in mind, I'm looking forward to the following discussion in the session on structural decarbonization of energy and industry towards new economic transformation. Thank you very much.
ベルター講師、大変ありがとうご
Thank
ざい
you very much, Minister Suzanne Belter. Thank you very much for the emerging and the developing countries to stop financing for fossil fuels. And that is the responsibility of the industrialized economies. Thank you very much for the powerful message. If I may, one question. There was invasion of Ukraine. Energy security is now highlighted more than ever for all of us. In the case of Japan, of course, we are discussing economic security, but particularly in Europe and Germany, I'm sure the situation in Ukraine has triggered a big discussion. I think this would be an opportunity to accelerate the decarbonization because of this energy insecurity. By becoming independence in energy, I think it is a good opportunity to energy transition. At the moment, we do not have clear information about Ukraine, but in the case of Germany, you will phase out coal and nuclear phase out within this year. What is the current discussion in Germany? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. Of course, this is one of probably the most discussed in the public and also in political circles in Germany at the moment. As you rightly said, of course, energy security has now come again to the fore in view of our dependence so far from fossil fuel imports from Russia. However, I am optimistic that the current discussion will give even more push to developing renewable energies, also because it has already been one of the priorities of my government. And listening to the speeches of Minister Habeck and Minister Baerbock in the special session of our parliament on Sunday, they reiterated that they have all intentions to stick to our climate goals, and they see the discussion on energy security just as another very valid argument why we have to develop an independence from fossil fuels and why we have to further diversify our sources of energy.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We would like to continue to learn from Germany and continue to accelerate the promotion of renewable. Ms. Suzanne Welter, thank you very much indeed. This was Minister Suzanne Welter from the German Embassy. Thank you very much indeed. Going on to session 4, renewables open up a new industry and economy.
From here on, the moderator will be Ms. Miho Kurosaki, ESG specialist at Independent Climate Change. Handing it over to you, Ms. Kurosaki. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Kurosaki. Renewable energy could open the doors to new industry and economy. This is the last session, session 4. I will be moderating. First, REI is celebrating its 10th anniversary. Congratulations. And revision conference. Once again, I have been invited. Thank you very much for the invitation. In this session, for the full day, there has been various discussions, but this is going to be the last session. Renewable energy, what kind of impact will it have on the economy and over the long term in achieving carbon neutrality and in growing the economy and having a virtuous cycle running over the long term. How can that be done? That is what we would like to discuss. We already heard about the Ukraine situation. Energy security is in focus, and self-sufficiency of energy must be raised. We used to think that this is a problem just for Japan, but even in Europe, they're in the same situation. Of course, there are differences in degrees, but they are also in a similar position that was exposed with this development. And products, where does it come from, and what kind of energy structure does it have? That is also increasingly important. So what we should be aiming at is both corporations and citizens, without paying more cost, we should be able to use renewable energy. And for balancing, we could use hydrogen and storage energy. And with green hydrogen, we can have a fully decarbonized society. That's our ideal, but we cannot get there overnight. So we have to have a roadmap. How to paint that roadmap would become important. We have 5 speakers in this session, and that is exactly what we want to discuss. Now, I would like to ask each one of the speakers to speak for about 4 minutes initially, and then after that, we have ample time for discussion. So let us get started. The first speaker is from IEA, Senior Energy Analyst of Renewable Energy Division, Ilka Hanula. Handing it over to you, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to share some perspectives on this topic from the IEA. So May last year, the IEA published the world's first global net zero roadmap. And this one, kind of the ambition of this roadmap is to take this long-term target of achieving net zero in many decades after now and divide it into smaller near-term targets, so that if you would be kind of implementing these near-term milestones and achieving them, then you would get on track with your long-term targets. The roadmap considers all traditional energy sectors, electricity, industry, transport, and buildings, but a lot of kind of decarbonization effort and promise comes from the electricity sector, which is decarbonized first. Already in the roadmap 2040, the electricity sector will globally reach net zero. And this is very important because then, the electricity is then to be used outside the traditional electricity sector to displace fossil fuels and reduce emissions. And that electricity needs to be zero carbon, so that it will kind of incur also these emission reduction when its use is increased in other sectors. Looking more closely at the electricity role in this roadmap, we notice that renewable electricity leads the way. So by 2050, renewables represent 90% share of total electricity generation, and mostly propelled by solar, PV, and wind, but there will be also other renewables like hydro and bioenergy. But really, renewables play the major role in the electricity sector, in the net zero emissions roadmap, but also increasingly in other sectors. So if we look at kind of buildings heat, industry heat, and road transport, we see that gradually renewables, either directly or indirectly used, they will cover most of the emissions reductions, and they are central not only in electricity but to all energy sectors. So to make this happen, we need a historic surge in clean energy investment, going from current a little above $1 trillion tripling to over $4 trillion by 2030. And at the same time, driving an average 0.4% per year increase in global GDP to 2030 and speeding the recovery from the COVID-19 shock. But not only investments, we need to also at the same time prepare for the next phase of the transition by boosting innovation. So between now and 2050, in our roadmap, only kind of the technologies that are already in the marketplace cover only half of the emissions reductions. So almost another half, 46%, will come from technologies that still are not in the marketplace, but are under development. And this decade is the time that we need to we need to develop and commercialize these technologies. So unlock the next generation of low carbon technologies so that they are ready for investment then in the 30s and the 40s and carry the heaviest burden of reducing the last bits of emissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Next, I'd like to go to Irina, Innovation and Technology Center Director, Mr. Dolph Gielen. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kurosaki-san. Ladies and gentlemen, over the last year, the cost of fossil fuels have increased significantly, and energy security challenges related to fossil fuel dependency have become very apparent. At the same time, the cost of renewables continue to decline. And IRENA's World Energy Transition Outlook, published in March 21, points to a future where 63% of all power generation will be solar and wind. Let me see. Okay. Last year, over the last couple of months, the materials cost for steel, copper, and rare earth elements, amongst others, have risen considerably. However, rising materials costs are outpaced by cost reductions that follow from technology improvements as well as market growth, and we see continued cost reduction for renewables. Current global average costs are around 5 cents per kilowatt hour for PV, 4 cents US cents per kilowatt hour for wind, and 8 cents per kilowatt hour for offshore wind. And that you see illustrated here in this graph. Every doubling of global installed capacity has resulted in 30 to 40% reduction of the levelized cost of electricity for solar PV and wind. This fact points to further cost reductions in the future. However, important cost differences remain among countries. For example, investment costs for PV in Japan are higher than elsewhere, and especially installation costs jump out. Offshore wind poses a key opportunity. East Asia is becoming a hotbed for offshore wind. 17 gigawatts, 17, of offshore wind were installed in 2021 in China alone. And also floating offshore wind is becoming a reality, with 15 gigawatts of floating offshore leases allocated in Scotland recently. This opportunity is also very relevant in a Japanese context. And IRENA is supporting, for example, the G20 offshore wind initiative, and also working closely with industry associations on this. Climate change has resulted in a push to phase out coal. Global rise of fossil fuels has changed the debate around natural gas. And on top of that, countries are imposing CO2 prices. So the combination of these factors is changing the whole debate around energy transition fundamentally. In Europe, these trends are most pronounced, with gas prices in excess of $100 per megawatt hour and CO2 prices in excess, also in excess of $100 per ton. Of course, power generation and levelized cost of electricity constitute only one aspect. We also need to think about flexibility to enable grid integration of high shares of variable renewables. New technologies, market designs, regulations, new systems operation practices, and new business models are needed to operate such power systems. We see a key role for electrification of end users. Smart charging of EV, green hydrogen electrolyzers can yield new forms of flexibility. Earlier this year, IRENA has issued its new report on the geopolitics of hydrogen, and we think that green commodities trade will need to grow significantly. Global, a quarter of future energy trade will be in hydrogen and its derivatives, as shown here in this graph. Ammonia can be a key clean energy vector. A new report on that we issue soon. However, last month, the ammonia spot price was $850 to $950 per ton, driven by, especially by high gas prices. Today's green ammonia produced from renewables can be produced at lower cost at favorable locations today. And that's why you see such a huge development in that area. But at the same time, that does not yet make it a cheap fuel, because per unit of energy, ammonia is considerably more expensive than coal or natural gas. So ammonia should be used where it is a premium due to its features, in fertilizer, feedstock, or for example, as shipping fuel. Green hydrogen offers the prospect also of significant emissions reduction in industry. But for that, we need, first of all, standards and certification systems in place to ensure that we're really using green and clean fuels. And second, there's a question of where that production will take place. As I said, commodity trade will change. There may also be what we call green leakage happening. Industries relocating to places where that low cost electricity and low cost green hydrogen is available. There may be opportunities in the Japanese case, for example, if you consider import of direct reduced iron or hot briquetted iron from places like Australia produced with green hydrogen. That concludes my opening remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dolph Gillen. Earlier from Mr. Ilka Hanuta, he talked about renewable energies deployment across the world, and economic perspective was provided by Mr. Dolph Gillen. Not just renewable energy, but ammonia and hydrogen. For industry, they should be prioritized. And green leakage is an interesting topic that was discussed, so we hope that we can take that up in the later discussion period. Next presenter is from UNESCAP, Energy Connectivity Chief of Section, Mr. Matthew Wittenstein. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Miho-san, and thank you to Renewable Energy Institute Japan for inviting me to be part of this very interesting panel session. Let me first also start by taking a moment to congratulate Renewable Energy Institute Japan on its 10th anniversary. That really is, I think, quite exciting. You've done quite a lot in 10 years, and I'm sure there's, of course, much more to be done. The reason why I mentioned that is that the future of the world's energy system really is being written here in the Asia Pacific region. A third of the world's population are in this region, and the countries here are some of the largest producers and consumers of both traditional energy resources like oil and coal, and the modern ones that are driving, excuse me, the energy transition like wind, solar PV, and batteries, of course. The energy situation in Southeast Asia, where I am sitting, I'm in Bangkok at the moment, I think is particularly relevant. And so I wanted to spend some time focusing my remarks on the region where I live. Here, like many systems around the world, the energy systems in Southeast Asia are dominated by fossil fuels. ASEAN countries have, though, set a target to produce 23% of primary energy by modern renewable energy sources by 2025. That compares to around 15% in 2018. And the use of renewables is rising, but unfortunately, based on recent trends, until now, it has not been able to keep up with rising demands. A lot more work needs to be done. And focusing specifically on the power sector, currently coal makes up around 38% of generation and natural gas around 37%, so around equal shares. Renewables make up around 22%, and most of that is hydroelectric power. The share of wind and solar PV, they're increasing. But this is also a notable region because it's one of the few where we still see investments in new coal generation. And in 2021, for example, there were 21 gigawatts of new coal-fired capacity under construction here. Demand for electricity, of course, is also rising. This is a growing region. And in fact, it's rising faster on average than other parts of the world. At least it was pre-COVID. And there's every reason to believe that as things come back to normal, energy demand will continue to rise at a good pace. So the question for Southeast Asia is how to accelerate the energy transition so that renewable energy can both meet rising demand and ultimately displace the existing base of carbon emitting generation and of course, carbon emitting energy more generally. In many regards, though, I want to say Southeast Asia is starting from a position of strength. There's significant potential for renewable energy resources here. In particular, solar PV, it's a very sunny region, but also in many countries, wind resources are strong, hydroelectric resources, of course, and geothermal. And at the same time, many countries here are part of the global supply chain for green technologies, for example, batteries, so they can take advantage of being integrated into those modern technology supply chains by keeping costs low or benefiting from innovation. But a lot more needs to be done to accelerate progress. As a starting point, for example, the markets need to be strengthened to enable more investment in renewable energy technologies. We are seeing exciting developments. So Cambodia, for example, has in 2019 held an auction for solar PV, which resulted in prices around 3.9 cents per kilowatt hour, about half of what had been seen previously under long-term power purchase agreements. But we need to see more efforts like that, more auctions, more innovative mechanisms for bringing renewables into the system and incentivizing both their investment and also their operation, for example, by imposing carbon prices on energy systems here. Next to the grids here need to be updated. Already, for example, in Vietnam, we're seeing the limits of the ability to integrate solar PV into parts of the grid, resulting in periodic curtailments of power that otherwise would be helping to decarbonize the power system. We need more investment in grids, but also in the technologies like batteries or flexible resources, as you heard previous speakers mention, that enable more integration of and utilization of these variable renewable energy resources. Similarly, we really think that ASEAN countries or Southeast Asian countries should take more advantage of the diversity of the energy resources here through increased integration of their power grids across borders. Now, we are already seeing efforts to do so. The most notable is the ASEAN power grid, which is an effort that's been going on for many years now. But currently still, despite lots of progress, most of the trade is bilateral and a lot of it is still tied to specific energy resources. We need to move beyond efforts, move beyond bilateral trading. Efforts like the Laos, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore power integration project do this, but are still limited by being unidirectional, for example. We need to accelerate efforts and augment them, building more power lines across borders and developing actual power exchanges to allow for full multilateral, multi-directional power trading. Finally, though, I also want to say, just to bring it back to the broader conversation, there really is an opportunity to consider how Southeast Asian energy systems can both benefit from and contribute to broader regional and global efforts to decarbonize energy systems. So we're already seeing more ambitious efforts to integrate power systems beyond ASEAN. For example, the proposed ASEAN-Australia Power Link, which would deliver solar power from Australia to Singapore and Indonesia. And of course, we also heard about emerging technologies like hydrogen, which could be playing an important role both in helping decarbonize industries here, but also perhaps be a source of revenues for countries that could produce that here and serve needs more close to home. But that said, we need more collaboration. This is already mentioned by previous speakers, and we need more exchange across Asia and beyond to ensure that everyone can benefit from the progress that we're seeing and that these benefits are widely shared. Now, there's a lot more that I could say, but let me stop here. I really am looking forward to digging deeper as part of the broader discussion. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Perspective of Southeast Asia. Many things are needed, especially in Japan. We consider Southeast Asia as a partner. In the energy area, we consider that to be a very important market, so we look forward to the discussion later on. Now, from the Ministry of the Environment, Vice Minister, Mr. Dr. Nakai, please. Thank you. To REI, congratulations on the 10th anniversary, and thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this session. Can you show my slide, please? So from my side, I will just would like to paint the overall picture. Can you show the first page, please? Yes. Japan, by 2050, we're going to be carbon neutral. To concretize that, we have an interim target of 46% reduction by 2030. So that is the full commitment that the Japanese government has. Now, carbon neutrality and SDGs is a package deal. And specifically, CO2 is being cut, and regional economy and growth would be enhanced. That's the picture we paint. Three transitions we talk about. In energy, obviously, CO2-free neutrality would be aimed by 2050, decarbonized society. In the middle, resource, how they are linked, how objects are linked, rather than linear, that is large production and large consumption to be dumped in the sea, it should be circular. Everything should be connected in a circular fashion. So everything will not go to waste. Everything will be considered as resource to have higher efficiency in resource to reduce CO2. And the third one is how we use space. We have centralization, a risk of urban cities, but the natural environment, there has to be distribution using digital transformation. We make use of the natural environment to reduce CO2. So these are the three perspectives that we want to drive. And the bloodline of the economy, ESG, we want to drive the way that money flows in ESG. And we want to make a contribution to Asia as well as the world in our diplomacy. Now, decarbonization 2050. Specifically, the supply side innovation measures will not be the limit. In 2030, from the business side, existing technologies should be used. Rooftop, self-consumption, photovoltaic, zero carbon drive, everything existing should be utilized so that we could have a decarbonization domino by 2030. We have regional areas becoming leading decarbonization regions to drive this forward. So from the demand side, we want to drive this forward. Next page, please. So as we work on carbon neutrality, circular economy is a very big idea here. The Ministry of the Environment in Japan, waste management, we used to think of recycling, assuming that there's going to be waste, but from the design stage and production stage, components and products should be designed so that they would not end up in waste. Material utilization should be considered from that perspective. And sharing, subscription type service provision, there's going to be that transition to have higher efficiency of utilization of resource. We want to broaden this effort. Ultimately, we want to do away with waste altogether. Another one, distributed harmony with nature at COP15, at biodiversity. This is work in progress, 30 by 30. This is an agreement of G7. By 2030, natural environment should be circulating. And we want to make sure that there's 30 of them that can be counted. So forest sink and biomass function that contribute to carbon neutral, corporate forests, or Japanese temples and shrines, forests, and Satoyama landscape. Such natural environment functions should be leveraged. OECM, such a new system has been developed to try to have a distributed environment. So from these three perspectives, we call it local SDGs. Regional circular cohabitation zone. Ecosystem is represented in this way. Energy, food, all resources would be considered as regional resources. Using digital technology, we could have local production, local consumption. with digital transformation to compensate each other. By rolling this out to different regions, the idea is that beyond that, we have the perspective of all of Asia as well as the rest of the world. So 1.5 degrees target is our full commitment. We want to make a contribution to the world. And based on our existing technologies in Southeast Asia, there are some countries that don't have long-term vision, so we want to help them in designing such plans. And JCM would be utilized to increase the number of projects to reduce carbon. And in the case of Japan, we are working based on cities, and we want to have a coordination between cities. The Prime Minister talked about Asia Zero Emission Community. That initiative has been discussed. We want to put that into concrete form. So that was the overall initiative that we have at the government level. Thank you very much, Mr. Nakai. The Japanese program and the local government's program, as well as the initiative for the rest of Asia. Thank you very much for giving a talk from a very broad perspective. Last speaker is Executive Director of REI, Mr. Ono, please.
Thank you very much. As Mr. Nakai just mentioned, Japan, October 2020, former Prime Minister Suga declared carbon neutrality, and since then we've been making rapid changes, and in various sectors of Japan, measures have to be taken. And the Ministry of Environment is taking leadership to involve cities, local governments, promote collaboration. On the other hand, energy strategy needs to be discussed further. So I would like to show you some slides. Dr. Emery Robbins mentioned at the outset that Japan's energy strategy would have to change, and that is important for Japan to promote decarbonization further. From my side, I would like to indicate some possible problems in Japan's energy strategy. I would like to share with you my thoughts. And the graph on the left-hand side, this is the long-term strategy of Japan, energy strategy of Japan. For one thing, non-electricity. We want to promote electrification as much as possible and use decarbonized power source. And where we cannot promote electrification, we use hydrogen or CCS. So we do have this main framework, which is similar to that of other countries, but the problem is how much renewable energy can be used out of decarbonization energy source. And the Japanese government is not officially saying this, but taking a look at their draft, as of 2050, renewable energy is likely to account for 50 to 60% of total energy source. And according to IEA and IRENA's target, compared with these targets, internationally, they are saying 90% renewable energy, but in Japan, the target is only 50 to 60% with regards to renewable energy source. So what is going to be the remaining energy source? So that leads to the second problem. Japan is relying too much on CCS. Of course, in heavy industry and for electricity, for demand that is difficult to promote electrification, CCS is important, but in addition to the industrial sector in Japan, thermal power with CCS is supplying 30 to 40% of power generation. And there's also distortion of our country's hydrogen strategy for automobiles and the household consumer sector. In these sectors, hydrogen is being used, and there's priority on these sectors. And if the situation continues, there's likely to be significant risk on Japan's industry and economy. And first, there's the risk of failing to decarbonize electricity. As a result, the carbon footprint of the Japanese companies is likely to remain high, and 30 to 40% I mentioned before. And if we try to achieve this target, 300 to 400 millions of carbon sequestration becomes necessary, but there is no place to store this amount of CO2, at least not on land. The government is saying that this CO2 is going to be stored offshore, but suitable sites are not yet identified. That's the first problem. And the second problem is, even if we are able to achieve our target, we are likely to spend a high energy cost, and the power generation cost of thermal power with CCS is 13 to 15 yen per kilowatt hour, even according to METI's future target. And solar, wind power they are now achieving 3 to 4 cents. So as of 2030 or beyond that, very expensive thermal power with CCS, accounting for 30 to 40% of Japan's energy, that will push up Japan's energy cost. And the third problem is self-sufficiency rate. Japan has to import fossil fuel. Even if we include nuclear power, self-sufficiency rate is only 12%. And if we use renewable energy, there's an opportunity to improve the self-sufficiency rate, but still we are not using enough renewable energy, which means that we have to continue importing various types of fuel, which means we will not be able to improve our self-sufficiency rate. And we are depending so much on CC2, which means we have to process large amount of CO2. We have to depend on foreign countries for this. 2.3 to 2.8 million tons of CO2. We have to depend on foreign countries, mainly Southeast Asia. Japan emits CO2, we cannot process them, and we have to depend on foreign countries. So not only energy procurement, but CO2 processing, we have to depend on foreign countries as well, which has incurs double instability. So what should we do? I don't have so much time to talk about this, but last year we conducted joint research together with Agora Energy Fund as well as LUT University. And we've been able to find out that 100% renewable energy usage is possible in Japan as well. So we need to change our policy towards this goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ono, for your presentation. Japan's energy policy, problems with the policy. You have identified 3 problems. Those are very important points. We have less than 30 minutes to discuss, but we want to deepen our discussion. The first topic that I want to ask you is renewable energy. How is that going to impact industry and economy? A fundamental question. In Japan, what is likely to happen, and overseas, what is already happening? If there are any such examples, we want to hear that. First, Mr. Ilkka Hanula, renewable energy, as it grows, how is it going to impact the industry and the economy? For example, in the case of Japan, fossil fuels, we rely on imports. About 90% of demand is covered by imports. But in my research, energy self-sufficiency should be raised to enhance resiliency. But how would that link to the economy? If you have any views, please.
Well, thank you. So, of course, Japan has a little bit maybe unique situation to European industries. But like in general, we see that electrification will play a big role also in industry. Already today, there is some research showing that 90% of industrial energy use could be electrified with existing technologies. So there are industrial heat pumps, there are electric boilers, steam generators that can kind of, and only maybe the highest temperatures of heat cannot still be electrified, but there is this great potential for electricity to make big impact. CCS will then play a role also in industry, I think, quite a lot for those hardest to electrify parts. Then in the Japanese context, I think there is similarly difficult to say to what extent electrification of industry can happen, but clearly there's a lot of potential at the moment still. And the big question, of course, then comes with the variability of the electricity supply and the constant need of energy of the industries, how to build a system that is flexible enough to connect the dots between variable supply and kind of a more constant demand. But let's remember that there is this kind of variability is a big topic, has been for many years. I think there's been a lot of focus on the hour-to-hour matching of electricity supply and demand. What needs to be maybe looked more is kind of seasonal, long duration variability, even interannual aspects of this, and how to build systems and what kind of technologies are needed to guarantee the energy security and the availability of energy around the clock in a system that is driven by renewables. But still, like in our roadmap, we noticed that only half of the technologies that we need to reach net zero are currently in the marketplace. So there are kind of the next generation of low carbon technologies are at the moment still being developed, and kind of there are new solutions coming to the marketplace that will help in this transition. And I think the kind of the industrial emission reduction project will benefit greatly from technologies that will come in the future years.
Thank you very much. Electrification was covered. And just by electrification, that will not be all. Electrification and renewable energy put together would lead to decarbonization. And over the past 2-3 years, fossil fuel, not purchasing fossil fuel, because otherwise you cannot have viable business. It will have an impact on competitiveness of businesses. Renewable energy is becoming important in that regard. Mr. Dolph Gillen, you talked about green leakage in your presentation. The dilemma here is that economically, domestic production would be preferable. But when you think about decarbonization, other countries' produced goods could be imported in Japan. That would be easier to achieve decarbonization at a cheaper cost. Then you would end up relying more on imports. That's the dilemma. How do you think this can be balanced, economic power and decarbonization? How can they be both achieved? Any indications, please?
Well, I think the first point, of course, is that Japan has significant renewable power potential, and that needs to be pushed as much as possible. But unfortunately, the starting point is one where less than a quarter of total electricity generation in Japan is renewable. So there's a long way to go just to replace that. And on top of that, you want to do electrification. So that is perhaps a long-term perspective, but the question is what to do in the next 10 years. And so there you can think about this green leakage. And of course, there is a precedent in Japan. After the oil crisis, Japan phased out its primary aluminum smelters as a way to reduce the energy intensity of its economy. And by phasing out that energy intensive process and moving to import of primary aluminum, I mean, you can still produce the cars. It's just that you focus on that part, and you could think of similar strategies, for example, in the iron and steel industry, where you import what I said, this hot briquetted iron, but you could still have then the downstream processing of that hot briquetted iron into steel for car production, for example. So there are interesting opportunities. There's also interesting opportunities, and of course, Japan is an important player, for example, in battery manufacturing for EVs, the cars of the future. And there are other such emerging technology fields, also the better use of digitalization technologies in these smart energy systems, where Japan has unique knowledge. So you also need to think of how can you innovate and build these industries of the future.
Thank you very much. Transition plan over a 10-year period. How do you make a transition is very important. All options should be considered, and Japan's potential, how that could be applied. The other way would not do. We do have rather than having already identified our potential, we have to map our potential in a transition plan. That kind of an approach is important. So let's change the gear and let's go to Mr. Matthew Whittinson. Mr. Ilka and Mr. Dolph both talk about renewable energy's variability. They talked about the variability of renewable energy. So when you talk about renewable energy and economy, renewable energy is variable and higher in cost. People talk about that problem. So how can you create a virtuous cycle? Storage batteries should be created more, or should we introduce carbon pricing? Any ideas? Your views, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I mean, I think a lot of important points have already been made regarding the special characteristics of renewable energy, the variability, the seasonal influences, the cost associated with them. Those are all really relevant, but I think all manageable issues. And if you take them in turn, the variability, of course, if you combine renewables with batteries, you can manage quite a lot of that variability. Or if you build them over larger geographic areas, you can take advantage of natural variations in weather patterns, so that when the wind is blowing in one place and not in another, you can import the wind to where the demand is. But of course, from the perspective of Japan, there really is a question of a scale question and a speed question when it comes to the transition. And Japan is a densely populated country with lots of land that's either obviously already in use or perhaps protected, or nevertheless someplace where you wouldn't want to develop certain resources. And so there's a balancing act that has to be struck with the deployment of these resources. We want to accelerate to make sure that we can meet our goals as quickly as possible, but we need to do so in such a way that we're not breaking the energy system, so we're not creating more problems than we're solving, and so that we're not creating opposition. And I think that's maybe the other point that's really worth emphasizing. More and more we are seeing local populations becoming frustrated with the level of development in their backyards, even though they might be supportive of green technologies, of renewable energy technologies in principle. In practice, when they are close to them, they suddenly find themselves maybe not as supportive or interested, or maybe even actively opposing them, as we often see, for example, in New York, where we have opposition to certain wind turbines being built or solar panels in protected areas. That's just to give one example, but of course, all parts of the world face similar issues. I think the challenge here is to both be demonstrating consistently benefits to people, and while also making sure that those concerns are well recognized. And that's one of the reasons why I emphasize regional integration of power systems in a lot of my work. I'm the Chief of Section for Energy Connectivity. Of course, it's the core of my work. But if you look at beyond Japan's borders, you can easily see opportunities for renewable energy deployment where, for example, in Mongolia, which might seem far away on a map, but is not so far away as far as long distance transmission lines are concerned, Mongolia has far more renewable energy resources than they could ever utilize domestically, given local demand. And they are very interested in the opportunity to develop those for export. This is a possibility for Japan to be able to decarbonize its energy systems by leveraging resources outside of its borders, where they are more easily developable, and where also they're frankly more affordable because they're rather cheap resources to build. That brings up the last question, which is this question that's come up a few times now of interdependency and dependency on external resources, and would we be replacing one dependency on imported fossil fuels with another dependency, in this case on imported electricity. And to that, I would just say, to my mind, the real benefit in looking at an integrated power system future in the context of renewables is that we move from a producer-consumer relationship to a multiple benefits relationship, where one day Japan is the producer of electricity from renewable energy and exports it to its neighbor that might need it, and the next day it's not a net producer and can import from its neighbors to meet that lack of domestic supply. It is about mutual benefits. It is about sharing resources, and I think that overcomes this this question of dependency because it's about mutual interdependency as opposed to self-dependency or lack of self-reliance. So maybe I'll pause there. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. Various issues and how to go about solving those issues was just discussed. If you have a negative impact on the environment, you have to be able to explain that. And for various power sources, there are many technologies and there's a lot of potential there. Now, turning to the Japanese perspective, let us go to Mr. Nakai, Vice Minister. He introduced us to various Japanese policies, achieving carbon neutrality and running a virtuous economic cycle. Any prioritized policies that you have in mind, please let us know. Thank you. First, renewable energy, as much as possible, should be deployed. Solar, wind power, hydropower. Marginal cost is zero. So that benefit should be fully enjoyed. You have to reduce costs as much as possible because unlike fossil fuels, you don't have to extract it from underground. This is a benefit from heaven, blessings from the heaven. There are regional differences, but we have to bring down the cost. That should be our aim. In our conventional energy policy, to support the industry, we used to have a supply side perspective, but the breakthrough point is the demand side. People in regions, rooftop solar would be the starting point. Small scale should be aggregated. Everybody will be prosumers. They could be virtual BPPs. It is now possible to do that already. So rejuvenating local economies, and even if there is an earthquake or typhoons, you'll be more resilient so that you don't have an overall blackouts. This would enhance the resilience of the regions. So renewable energy should be wisely used as a regional resource. Then I talked about the leading decarbonization regions. We have to really drive that forward over the next 5 years. Now, the contact point with the supply side, for example, there is the grid constraint and other discussions. But looking back on the past 2 years, Japan's policy has changed so much. We used to have the supply side ideas in a very narrow perspective, but we are now making a breakthrough. Things are in flux. The demand side in regions, starting from rooftop solar cells, I think things are going to change. There's so much potential in my view. So to the full extent, renewable energy should be deployed to the benefit of regional economies with local ordinances or ministerial ordinances. Mega solar that does not benefit local communities are to be eliminated. There's been a revision in the law. It should be deployed in a way that would benefit the local communities, homes, buildings, factories, parking lots. These are small scale ones, but with digital technology, solar power with digital technology would be viable. There's so much potential. So energy to support the industry, large-sized offshore wind, and beyond that, there is the hydrogen supply with collaborating with Asia. But first, when a typhoon hits, we have to make sure that there's not going to be a blackout. And even if a supply chain is disrupted, we could continue on to have resilience in our economic structure, not just for Japan, but for everyone in Asia. Even if we are disrupted, your neighbor will be okay. So that is the message that we want to be disseminating from Japan. Thank you. So it starts from decarbonization in the regions, and through decarbonization, higher resiliency in energy supply. And that would lead to a virtuous cycle in the economy. That's a wonderful idea, and we want to see concrete such cases. Another wish of mine is that such good examples could be widened to other countries, because if there's best practice in Japan, we can export that as solutions to the outside world, including equipment. I hope that that day will come. Now, turning to Mr. Ono, the ideal picture of Japan and the issues have been pointed out. But what do we have to do first? That's my first question. And as we heard from Mr. Nakai, decarbonization in the regions. In Tokyo, various announcements of subsidies have been made, and emission trading has been started in advance. So what is the potential of local governments? Can you talk about this, please?
Thank you very much. Before that, introduced the joint report with Agora and LUT. The Ministry of Environment is conducting potential survey, and we were involved. And according to our estimate, not only electricity, but all kinds of energy can be supplied using potential of Japan. In terms of electricity, solar 424 gigawatt, and wind 151 gigawatt for onshore and offshore put together. If we're able to develop that, we can supply all of our electricity as well as non-electricity as well. And hydrogen, half will be imported. That's the scenario. All of this can be supplied. And in the previous session, there was a presentation by Greg and solar lines. And towards 2050, they are saying that much more solar can be introduced than we thought. So 130 gigawatt of wind can be introduced according to session 3. So how do we realize all of this? And over a 10-year period, first we have to utilize to the maximum extent the potential of solar. And interregional and the abandoned arable land is not fully used, and only 10% of households have solar, so there's a large potential. And the city of Tokyo, I serve as an advisor, and city of Tokyo has a solar map, and there's a map indicating according to solar radiation where you should set up solar panels. And even in households that can have solar panels, because of solar radiation and so forth, only 4% of such places actually install solar panels. So I think there's much more potential. And in terms of specific policy, once again, discussion is ongoing within Tokyo concerning residents. For newly built houses, there's a solar obligation. A solar panel has to be installed. And with the support of Ministry of Environment, we want to spread these kinds of measures nationwide. And that way, we think we can accelerate our endeavor.
Thank you very much. We heard various views just now, but we cannot get there at one go. We have to make use of all kinds of potentials from a government's perspective, local government's perspectives, not only utility scale ones, but rooftop level, things that the individuals can do and things that companies, corporations can do. There are many options, but overall roadmap in the climate change world, we talk about just transition. For example, gas combustion engine makers transitioning to EVs, that industry, how can they make a transition to EV? Just transition of industrial structure, you need broad policy and a roadmap. Mr. Dolph Gillen, about this idea of just transition, any plans in certain other countries or at ARENA? Have you seen any such research on just transition? The time is limited, but maybe if you could speak about just transition in 1 or 2 minutes, please.
Well, it's at the top of the agenda of most politicians and policymakers thinking about energy transition. It has two aspects. One is how to keep energy affordable and how to distribute the cost of the transition over the population. The second one is where are the industrial opportunities of the future? And I think especially the latter aspect is one in a Japanese context that deserves attention. So it's maybe not today's energy structure. You need to think what do we want this economy to look like in the decades ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ilka Anula. On this topic of just transition, I'm sure that there are many examples, but in Japan, what should be done, do you think, in Japan? If any thoughts you have, please.
Well, I think policies are needed firstly to ensure the predictability of investments. So policymakers need to say that investing in clean and low carbon technologies are a low risk opportunity with big returns, and vice versa. Any investment in unabated fossil fuels are a high risk investment. So that needs to be clear. And secondly, I think policymakers need to develop a market design that works with a massive amount of renewables, which is likely to become online, and then encourage investment for the whole flexibility infrastructure in the energy system that is then needed to kind of keep the system efficiently operating. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Market mechanisms. We didn't have time to cover that topic, but thank you very much for very important points made. Matthew, you said that Southeast Asia is Japan's partner, as we heard from Mr. Nakai. Southeast Asia, just transition there. They are now developing economically, and in your address, you talked about that many things are lacking. Demand is not being met. Equipment, investment, still not there sufficiently. What kind of role do you think Japan can play to Southeast Asia?
It's a very good question. I think Japan can play a really important role in Southeast Asia. I mean, many of the issues that Japan is trying to solve domestically when it comes to the energy transition are very relevant in the context of Southeast Asian countries. I'm sitting now in Bangkok, a very densely populated country where we also, city rather, where we also are lacking in solar panels on rooftops, despite this being a place where we would like to see more of them. So I think there needs to be more exchanges about how to solve the question of urban energy systems and how to improve their decarbonization. There's a lot of opportunities for exchange and lessons learned there. But of course, also Southeast Asia has many countries that are still lower on the development ladder. And so there, I think it's a question of being able to show them how they are able to benefit in terms of economic growth, but being part of the global supply chain for modern technologies. Indonesia is a great example of a country that is a major supplier of coal for the world's coal demand. And when it comes to the energy transition, as coal is phased out, the question for Indonesia is what will replace that? How can Indonesia ensure that it will be able to create jobs for the people who are currently working in that industry? And I think there's a lot that Japan can do by creating centers of demand for products from Indonesia that could perhaps be contributing to the green economy, or perhaps by investing Japanese technologies and industry in the domestic economy of Indonesia in areas beyond energy, perhaps in the manufacturing of other sorts of equipment. I think there's tremendous opportunities for exchange there. It's really just about sort of constant engagement and considering how Japan's own plans for its energy transition can benefit from a continued energy transition in the countries in Southeast Asia and vice versa. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Communication and engagement are required. Mr. Nakai, inside Japan, the discussion that is taking place on just transition, if you could talk to that point, this towards carbon neutrality, just transition and transformation of industrial structure, we need a roadmap. This is a hot issue. Prime Minister Kishida is talking about clean energy strategy, and he's asking for a grand design. That's an instruction coming from the Prime Minister. We are to coordinate between Ministry of the Environment and the Ministry of the Economy. We're working on that. From the Environment Ministry, we are driving this from the regions, but how is the industry going to look like? Labor, local economy, local companies, local businesses, we need to have an idea of that. And we need transition investment that will take place. Who is going to finance that move? If people don't understand that, yes, we see major developments now, but we still haven't been able to aggregate that driving power. So by the spring of this year, we want to put that together. Thank you very much. And carbon pricing discussion is also linked to that idea. Thank you. We are hopeful. Lastly, Mr. Ono, we have heard from many people. Can you give us your concluding remarks in terms of what we need to do in Japan? If you could summarize that, please, Mr. Ono.
Above all, as I mentioned at the outset, Japan's energy policy, it has to focus more on renewable energy and focus on green hydrogen. We have to redirect ourselves towards that direction. And in order to decarbonize the economy as a whole, as Mr. Nakai mentioned, carbon pricing, we've been discussing about this in Japan for more than 20 years. So now is the time to actually implement it. And this is the basic tool to create a decarbonized society. So not only energy, we have to decarbonize the industry as a whole.
Thank you so very much for a wonderful discussion. It is time, and we would like to close session 4 at this time. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much to the panelists. That concludes part 1 of the program. Lastly, Chair of Executive Board, Renewable Energy Institute, Mr. Thomas Coberrier, will deliver concluding remarks. Mr. Coberrier, please.
Thank you all. And in particular, thank you very much, Kurosaki-san, for elegant and intelligent moderation of the final panel during this day, where we have heard a lot of relevant information. In the morning, we heard Moreno from the American Department of Energy describing progress and ambitions in the US. And that was supplemented by Amory Lovins, Ajay Mathur, and Li Yunfeng, describing the significant development in China, in India, and in the US. There has been progress, and there are grand ambitions for future development. Later during the day, we heard from Germany how they're currently being affected by the Russian aggression towards the Ukraine and the energy crunch or increase of prices of fossil fuels that have occurred, how that has encouraged Germany to accelerate the already impressive development of renewable energy supply in Germany. While we heard in the second panel on the issues that are still slowing down the deployment of renewable energy in Japan, I think we have also heard significant, encouraging, good news about how attitudes in Japan are changing for the better regarding renewables. We have heard about the increased ambition level regarding the share of renewable energy in the electricity sector. And possibly even more importantly, we heard from Mugi-san from the Ministry of Economy that in Japan, they now understand the importance of coordinated efforts on all stages of the supply chain. Initially, there were very generous feed-in tariffs available, but at the same time, significant barriers regarding regulation, permission processes, and access to market rules that discouraged investments in renewables. Now, with a more comprehensive approach and targeted R&D activities to remove barriers, there is more hope that the development in Japan will accelerate. Nakai-san's comments in the final panel clearly illustrating the great advantages of increasing renewable supply in Japan also showed that this is not something that is isolated to one part of the government, but the government may now coordinated work for the efficient deployment of low-cost renewables in Japan, which will benefit Japan as a country, but in particular be important for the competitiveness of the Japanese electricity using industries that will need this development in order to stay competitive on the global market. I hope that we will be able to monitor and report on this progress in the years to come. We have had 10 exciting years of Renewable Energy Institute activities in Japan, and I would like to thank all the members of staff at Renewable Energy Institute for dedication, hard work, and good work during the first 10 years. And I look forward now to the coming decade when all of the efforts made by the Renewable Energy Institute and many of you in the audience for this conference who have contributed to the development of renewable energy supply in Japan, that we will now be able to accelerate this development and make Japan a more robust, resilient country, less dependent on imported energy, and removing many of the environmental and risks of the conventional energy supply. So thank you all in the audience for paying attention and contributing to the development. Thank you to all the speakers and moderators during this day. And thank you in particular to all the staff at Renewable Energy Institute who has, during this decade, contributed to our development. Thank you all.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. That concludes Revision 2022, Accelerating Renewable Developments. Thank you very much for staying with us until the end of the program.